Join with audio, with video. Test.
Hello.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I would like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, July 13th. Unfortunately, it's not a Friday, so we don't have to fear Friday the 13th, but we'll move through the 13th here. And with that, our first item is invocation. And we have First Counselor Mark Tuttle from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints with us this morning to offer the invocation. Welcome, Mark.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Our Father in heaven, we come before thee on this beautiful morning with gratitude in our hearts for our many blessings. We are grateful for this wonderful country that we live in, for the freedoms and liberties that we enjoy. We are grateful for the wonderful public servants that are meeting together today to discuss various matters in this community. We ask a blessing upon them. We ask a blessing upon all those that are working to strive to keep our community safe and to help our families to live and to thrive. We ask a special blessing upon all those who are serving in our armed forces throughout the world, that they may be protected and watched over, and that they may have peace abound. We also ask a blessing upon our law enforcement and our first responders and firefighters and all those who work to keep our communities safe. We are especially grateful for this county that we live in and for the blessings that we have. May we be free from the ravaging effects of fire during this fire season, and may we be relieved of the effects of this drought. We are most appreciative for thy Son, Jesus Christ, and for his example and his life and for his atonement. May we follow his example and be kind, and compassionate, and caring. And may we so live as to be kind to others. We love thee, are grateful for our blessings, and we say this in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Counselor Tuttle. I appreciate that invocation. So that gets us off to a good start. Thank you. And with that, we'll go to Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Thomas, would you please lead us in the pledge?
My pleasure. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, we will move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. District 5.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull item number 16, please.
16, okay, very good. District 4.
Yeah, just to be consistent with past votes, I'm going to register a no vote on item number 5.
Okay. District 3.
No changes?
District 2.
The same thing on item 5
Okay,
or no vote.
5, okay. And I don't have any recommended polls either. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on the consent calendar.
Supervisor Heidel, I would just like to read a change into the record regarding the minutes.
Sure.
Item number 31, that we'd like to make a correction to the minutes. So it reads Supervisors Turnbull and Parlin registered a no vote on this item on account of during the March 9th, 2020 board meeting, item number 38, a discussion was not permitted regarding the county's use of transient occupancy tax funding for fiscal year 21-22 budget. The Chief Administrative Office's recommendation from March 9th, 2021 board meeting was not considered, and here's where the change is being made. And there was not an opportunity to ask any board member if any board member had received campaign support from any of the chambers or their political action committees. And this was confirmed in the video.
All right, very good. So thanks for that addition. With that, go ahead and open it up, Kim, for public comment relative to the consent calendar only.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Do we have anybody in the boardroom?
Good morning.
Good morning. Green. Good morning. My name is Christina Cowherd on El Dorado County, and I'm here to invite everybody at this meeting to join in a 50 states discussion of what it means to be a de jure form of government rather than a de facto
This
form
is
of
on
government.
the consent.
This is not consent calendar item. We'll have an open forum session for these kinds of comments.
It's just an announcement. That's all it is. The conversation will take place starting August 30th. To find out more, you can visit DeJure, that's DEJURE, the number 4, SURE.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Items, comments on the consent calendar. Anyone present? Not seeing any. Kim, do we see any hands raised?
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I have 3 comments on 3 items. Item 8, 11, and 17. George Turnbull's new person assigned to the Human Rights Commission. I appreciate you bringing this person forward. The attachment does show her application, but the most important portions of the application are not shown. And those are the attachments, which were her qualifications, her affiliations, and additional info. She said she had files attached, but they're not shown on Legistar. So I'm curious to see those, and I hope they can be made available. That was item number 8. And I also want to add that I think as protocol, it would be good to show all applications for a position so we can see who was chosen among the applicants, who the others were. That would be a good governance and it would be transparency. So I hope you'll consider that suggestion. Item number 11 having to do with $650,000 for the Housing Alliance, money that comes from the government. Great, good. I'd really like to see roofs over homeless people's heads. I know bureaucrats have a lot of bureaucratic things to do, but when it really comes down to it, especially in this heat, my God, we don't even have a cooling station for people at the fairgrounds. This is abhorrent heat that people outside are having to live with. And my last comment is number 17. I'm really concerned about this. To Amador County for morgue services, we're going from 150,000 to 800,000 in one fell swoop. Now, I know this is a little crass to say, but we have a lame duck sheriff. He has said he's not running again. He's got 18 months left, and I'm going to be watching closely, and a lot of other people are going to be watching closely too. What happens, what actions? There are connections to Amador County, we know. from our current sheriff? Why is it going from 150,000 to 800,000 at this time? I'd like a further explanation of that. And I really would like item 17 pulled because I think it's a great expense and a great increase of, what is that, 500% or something. All right, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. So would staff choose to respond to that last one in particular?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. Just for clarification for everyone listening, item number 17 is a revenue generating agreement with Amador. It's not an expense to the county. Amador is paying El Dorado County to provide the morgue services.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. So with that, we have an item that's, let's go on to then to adoption and approval of the consent calendar. Kim, if you'd read back the changes and then we'll look for a motion.
Adopt an agenda and approve the consent calendar with the following changes. Both Supervisors Turnbull and Parlin vote no on item number 5. Supervisor Novacell is requesting item number 16 to be pulled. And there's a correction to item number 31 from the minutes of June 29th, 2021.
Move.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that. And do we want to do the consent poll now? Let's go ahead and Kim, if you'd read number 19 then, the one that's been pulled off consent, and then we'll move to our 16, excuse me, 16.
Item 16 comes to the probation department recommending the board receive the juvenile justice realignment block grant plan pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code 1991.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item because we did have quite a lively discussion on May 18th regarding something very similar. And I did get clarification from our CEO, that this is not specific to that conversation we had on May 18th. There were some, however, some questions that I had specific to this. One was, again, I just wanted some clarification on the fact that if you look at this grant, you go to page 17, it specifically talks about that item on May 18th as a part of the grant application. And I wanted to make sure we're very clear that we are still in a position where we are not going to, we're asking staff not to follow further that conversation anymore, that we will not be following and asking for a regional, to be a regional center for sex offenders. And I think that's an important point to make. And again, it is in there on page 17 as a written qualification, I guess you would say. And to that, I know we have Chief Richard here, and Chief, would you like to perhaps?
Yeah, Brian, please, if you want to respond. Yeah, clarification, please. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Novacell, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, real quick to answer the supervisor's question, regardless of the citation in the report, the item before you has nothing to do with the establishment or pursuit of a regional treatment program for youth that sexually offend. The required report comes from a subcommittee of the Juvenile Justice sorry, I'm forgetting the acronym. It's the JJCC, and the law required that there was a subcommittee established of the JJCC, and their charge was to develop a report for the use of realignment funds locally. The realignment funds are the block grant that comes to the county as a result of juvenile justice realignment with the closure of DJJ that happened as a result of Senate Bill 823 from last year. So the committee met. It is chaired by myself. But the members of the committee are a variety of community members, a variety of healthcare members, of other law enforcement members, and the recommendations in the report stood based on what the committee decided they wanted in the report. So the only responsibility of the board is to receive the report, not to agree with it, not to vote on it, just simply to receive it. And once that has been accomplished with this delivery, then the county is then open to receiving the realignment grant funds that will allow for us to provide services for youth that are committed to a secure track of confinement at the JTC. And again, has nothing to do with the establishment of a regional sex offender treatment program.
Thank you, Chief. I especially appreciate that clarification. We did receive a letter from the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, which we have in Legistar their records, and they had a special meeting on July 7th to discuss our May 18th decision and to send and to craft this letter. It was just last week, so there's nothing in our Legistar yet that explains what happened at that meeting. There's no minutes, which is commonplace. It would just happen. So I'm not suggesting that's an issue, but I was curious on this letter that was sent to the board. There's some interesting comments in here, and if you don't mind, a couple of the comments I would like to note is one of the first things they say that in the quote is, although commissioners are appointed by the court, the commission actually falls under the auspices of the Board of Supervisors. It's not, this is not an advisory committee to the board. This was through the court system purely. We had no hand in crafting who was on this commission and what their duties truly are. This is through the court system. So I want to make that number one clear. And then secondly, there's also comments about hopes of increasing communication and collaboration in the future. Well, personally, I didn't even know we had this commission going because it wasn't something that we developed. And although it's in Legistar, it's not even the same name on it. It talks about the Delinquency Prevention Commission, not the Juvenile Justice Delinquency. So there's a lot of confusion there on who this organization is, how they were formed, and what we can do to create better communication and collaboration, because we are going to be creating and having discussions about the JTC on where it comes from, where we decide facilities are going to land. So this is an incredibly important commission, but at the same time, it's not something that we can control. So I just want to make that point clear, and then to say, yes, absolutely. Perhaps at some time in the future, we can actually get a review, a report from them on what they've been doing. We haven't had anything, as far as my recollection, 7 years. I don't recall anything coming from this commission. So I really don't know what they've been discussing. And so it's of no surprise that there was confusion on where we were in May and where we are today. So I just want to I just want to say and make a point that I really hope we do get to start doing some collaborating with them, perhaps do something similar like we're doing with the Planning Commission at some point, where we have a sit down, a joint meeting where we can talk over some of these issues that may or may not crop up in the future. So just wanted to make that point. Again, I think I looked at the roster, very well respected roster, and would love to have a conversation. I hadn't received a whole lot of information about this until this was brought to my attention from my constituents about the concerns in Lake Tahoe of what was going on. So certainly something I want to make sure that we stay in collaboration and work to get better communication with. Just want to make that point.
Thank you. Brian, do you have any further comments on the last statement relative to under the auspices? That's kind of a overarching statement, and I guess I'm a little concerned if that's an accurate statement from what I heard.
I would say that it is largely accurate, and here's why. So the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission is actually a dual commission. The Juvenile Justice Commission in statute is a commission made up of members appointed by members of the bench. So typically the presiding judge of the juvenile court in our county, Judge McLaughlin in South Lake Tahoe, makes membership appointments to the commission. This is where it gets a little wonky. Back in the mid-1960s, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, of which I'm sure none of you were a member at the time, passed a resolution that essentially allowed the Delinquency Prevention Commission membership to be made up of those persons appointed to the Juvenile Justice Commission, and therefore blending the commissions together and creating the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. So each time Judge McLaughlin or any other judge appoints a member to this commission, by that action of the board in the 1960s, they automatically become a member of your Delinquency Prevention Commission, which is also covered in statute, but is a commission that reports back to the board if asked to do so. We don't need to get into the weeds as to the activities of the commission over the last 6 or 7 years. It's certainly worth a conversation, and it's certainly something that I think Supervisor Novosels's suggestion of getting together with the commission chair and having a conversation and understanding their role locally, what their responsibilities are by statute and what their activities are by choice, and what purpose they could serve to further understanding of any board now or in the future around juvenile justice matters, I think would be very valuable.
Excellent.
All right,
Thank you.
Great. With that, then I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we do need to take public comment on this
comment.
since it was polled for discussion. So Kim, open that up, please. Okay.
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Nobody in the room? Okay. Now taking public comment from M. Deenda.
Yeah, Mike Deanda. I'm the union business rep for operating engineers. I'm not sure if I'm in the right segment though here.
I don't think so. This is item number 16. It was pulled off consent for discussion. It has to do with the juvenile justice system.
Okay, my apologies. I kept dropping, so I had to
Understand.
reestablish. So yeah, okay.
Understand, Mike. So yeah, thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say
I'm sorry.
aye.
Was
Aye.
it the first was Novosel and the
Yes,
second was
second was Parlin. Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will go now to our 9 a.m. time allocation number 23 from the CAO's office. Kim, if you would read 23.
Item 2023 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, 2, provide direction on board priorities for allocating ARPA funding, and 3, direct the Chief Administrative Office to return by the end of October with recommendations regarding the use of ARPA funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'll be taking the lead on this one, and some of my staff will be joining me soon. Before we get into this discussion, I just want to encourage the board. This is a conversation. It's a time to ask questions from you and from the public. I will pretty comfortably say we're not going to have answers to all the questions that are asked. There's just if you read this act, I think it's over 160 pages, and there's clarifying documents coming out pretty regularly. Just one example, last week, they clarified the infrastructure use of money to allow for parks. And so it's evolving as we go. But this will be the first of what should be several discussions. The primary purpose of today is to really have a conversation about what's allowed, what's not allowed for the use of ARPA funding, talk about some of the reporting requirements, and hopefully when we end the discussion, get some direction from the board about what criteria you would like staff to consider and prioritize before we bring recommendations back to you of how to start allocating the money. So with that context, I'll just jump right in. Kim, do you have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, and Kim, can you drive for me, please? Just let's go to the next slide. So just some general information. The the American Rescue Plan money, or you'll hear me refer to it as ARPA or ARPA. We love our acronyms in government. It's usable only for expenses incurred between March 3rd, 2021 and through December 31st, 2024. That's important to note because you remember the first round of funding was CARES funding. All that money had to be spent by December 30th. So this is with, I believe, one exception, which I'll get into later. This is for anything from March 3rd going forward. And when people ask why through December 31st, 2024, I don't have a great answer for that. I think there's thoughts that the pandemic is still here and we're still going to be recovering from the impacts of the pandemic for multiple years. I think that was the thought process of why that extended timeframe. But while the money must be obligated by December 20.
So Don, on the expenses incurred, that just means it has to be booked. It doesn't have, you don't have to show a receipt that it's been fully expended. Is that correct?
That's the next bullet.
Okay.
So it has to be obligated by December 2024 and fully spent by December 2026. Okay, again, different than the CARES money, which all had to be spent by December 2020. Last December, I don't know what year I'm in, 2020. So but this 2-year time frame is important to keep in mind, because especially when we start looking at infrastructure projects like water infrastructure and broadband, those are things that take a long time to implement.
So help me understand the obligated. Does that mean we have a plan to make it happen?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Yes.
all it takes is a plan.
A plan of how it's going to be spent. So
Okay.
let's say I see Ken here, so I'll pick up.
Yeah.
I see the ambulance guy here too, but let's say Ken comes up and he has been asked to submit a request for funding, and that request may take 4 years to build out. I don't know, but if we have that plan and that obligation in place, then we have till December 2026 to
For all that
actually
to occur.
expense the
Okay.
money. Okay.
All right, very good. Thank you.
The funds are distributed in 2 payments. The first payment we already received, it's about $18 million. The second payment is promised 12 months or shortly thereafter, after receiving the first. That's another 18 months. And so that will be around June or July of 2022 when we will receive that money. But we did receive the first payment a couple of weeks ago, or June 1st. There's 4 categories the funds must be spent in. We will get into those in a minute. One thing I want the board to keep in mind, there are extensive reporting requirements with this money, and those reporting requirements start August 31st, 2021. I will tell you, most jurisdictions, at least in California, are going to have nothing to report. We'll have to submit a form, but no one, as far as I know, no counties are actually spending any significant portions of the money right now. Everyone's kind of in the planning phases of how they want to spend the money. But that first report is due August 31st, and then quarterly thereafter. So there is an administrative impact on staff with this money. Next slide, please, Kim. The amounts that we're receiving. So El Dorado County is getting about $37.46 million, again in 2 payments. Also of note, the city of Placerville is $2.6 million, and the city of South Lake Tahoe is $5.3 million. And I'm aware the city of South Lake Tahoe has already had at least one city council public discussion on the money. I'm not sure about the city of Placerville, but to my knowledge, they're still working through their plans how to spend their funding as well.
Don, was this just population based purely?
It was, I believe, yes.
Okay.
Yep. Then on to slide 3. So the 4 categories of eligible uses. Public health and economic impacts of COVID-19, and we'll get into more discussion on these in the next couple slides. Premium pay for essential workers, revenue loss due to COVID, and investments in infrastructure. Ineligible uses are deposits into pension funds and direct or indirect offset of net tax revenue resulting from a change in law, regulation, or administrative interpretation during the covered period. That is a direct quote from the Act. No one can really define clearly what that all means, but it's strictly, the big thing for me is no deposits into pension funds, and you'll see one more when we get into the subcategory. It can't be used to pay for debt service or interest on debt. That was my initial thought, was pay off our debt with it, but it's not allowed. So that's off the table. Slide 5. So what do we talk about when we talk about public health and economic impacts? That funds may be used to respond to, quote, to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 or its negative economic impacts. Potential categories are mitigating the impact of COVID-19, medical expenses, behavioral health care, public health and safety, expenses to improve the design and execution of health and public health programs. So that's pretty broad. There could be a lot of things that go into those categories. Slide 6, please, Kim. Negative economic impacts. This implies more to, so external from the county. Impacts on households and individuals, impacts on businesses, and impacts on state and local governments. So that's something we need to keep in mind with the American Rescue Plan Act. While we're receiving $38 million, this was a $1.9 trillion act. There's a lot of money out there for a lot of specified purposes as well. And, you know, one area that your staff had been brainstorming when we first heard about we would get this money as well, how can we help those impacted by unable to pay their rent? And, you know, all this rents that come due at some point, can we use some money to help them? Well, we absolutely could. But 2 weeks ago, the governor announced that he's going to use some of the state ARPA money to offset those rent controls. So we need to, my opinion, we need to be very strategic how we use this money. So we leverage any other monies that are out there, but don't duplicate how other monies are being used, because this is your discretionary money. Whereas those other things, what's allowable, maybe someone else will be filling that gap. So try to keep that in mind as we're going through this.
The state budget also includes small business recovery funding. So we got to look at all those mix of funding streams and where do they best fit. And so some of this I can see is going to be deferred until we really have a better understanding of how the state monies can be expended and to what degree is it going to be passed through the county versus directly to businesses or whatever. And I don't have a clue on that yet, but
I don't either, but that's exactly what my recommendation will be to you. Let's be patient as we do this. I read an article over the weekend. I thought it was a well-written article. It said there's some jurisdictions, and this is from a nationwide perspective, that are using the American Rescue Plan money as, it's like peanut butter. They're spreading it all over a piece of bread, and they're giving a little bit of money to a lot of different people. But we have an opportunity, and we can do that. You can choose to do that. But we also have an opportunity here to make very strategic, long-term sustainable investments in our community.
Right, with one-time money.
That's right. That's right. Exactly right.
Don, do we have a timeline on when the state, is the state going to have to be required to have a specific timeline of their own so that we can get an understanding of where the money is and isn't going?
Their timeline will be the same as ours. And so that could be challenging.
Okay.
Because
They have a specific budget, timeline that they have to meet, we all know about. And, so can we take that and kind of get an idea of when we're talking about, our May revise? Is that going to be the best time? Or?
Well, you would, under normal years, I would say you would think that could happen. This isn't anything but a normal year. And even though the state has passed their budget for 21-22, there are more trailer bill languages out there and budget issues that haven't been resolved than probably ever before that are still being negotiated. And again, an article in the SACB over the weekend, some of the legislators were complaining that there's just so much uncertainty of how, quite frankly, the $60-80 billion surplus the state has, how they're going to spend all that money. They simply don't know. So I don't have not a good answer.
How about paying for unfunded mandates? That would help.
That's a start.
I have an additional question.
Yeah.
With the state's allocation, are they likely to allocate money directly to counties? I'm especially talking about rental assistance and small businesses assistance, or are they likely to be competitive grants?
I think I don't know. I think it could be both depending on the money. There seems to be a lot of discussion on the size of the county as to how they determine how that money will be spent. And 250,000 is the population number that gets thrown out there a lot. If you're over 250,000, the state tends to give those counties money to administer the program. So if it's the rent control, not rent control, bad word. If it's the rent assistance program, the counties that are over 250,000 will administer that program themselves. The counties under 250,000, it will be administered through the state. Okay. Which means we won't have as much control. over how that gets
And that's
allocated.
true of the,
interesting.
that's true of the cities too. I don't think the
Yeah.
cities have
Yes, sir.
received their money yet because they're basically in a block grant type of situation.
So I was wondering along those lines too, with all of these opportunities and things, is it something to consider with our funding to maybe hire an ombuds person to help? Because I always hear that there's all these opportunities, but people cannot figure the system out. And it's complicated. And it just seems if we had just one person that's all they did every day is help our residents and our businesses navigate these systems, I think that would go a long way. It would help us help everyone.
So I'm gonna make a little joke. I set this up so nicely that a board member talked about hiring a person versus me recommending it.
Good one, Lori.
I like ombuds persons. I just do. The one in planning is awesome. So.
The one of the initial drafts of the staff report, it was recommended that we hire someone to do this. I pulled
Okay.
that out, but we need to, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
Because we need to have that conversation.
If
There
it's
are,
allowable, that's. I
it
guess
is,
what-
it is allowable.
Is that part of that eligible use for
It is.
assistance?
Right, that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Okay, thank you.
And
That's-
there are some jurisdictions that have hired professional accounting firms, like Deloitte and things to help administer all these monies. I'm not suggesting we do that, but that's how broad you can go.
Yeah, I
And
know there are local accountants that are actually looking into doing that. So, yeah.
And I put this in the back of your head, a lot of that will depend, how much staff we may need to consider hiring will depend how complex we make the distribution of the money.
Right.
We only spend on a couple things, not that hard. If we start doing like that peanut butter and spreading it everywhere, that's going to be much more labor intensive to administer because at the end of the day, we are responsible for how they spend those monies.
And we're going to be responsible for the reporting, correct?
That's correct.
For that
Yes.
agency that's handing it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the remainder of this slide, public health and economic impacts, eligible uses in this category, assistance to unemployed workers, assistance to households, small businesses and nonprofits, aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, hospitality. Those are just examples. Again, this is a very broad use and probably a lot of arguments can be made and needs can be met under this. Next slide, please, Kim. Please, Kim. Sorry, back up one. And so ineligible expenses, general infrastructure, I have heard a lot of people talk about how they're going to build buildings or improve roads with this money. This money can't directly be used for those purposes. There has to be a nexus to those four uses. Now, roads is a big issue in this county. We may be able to use some of this money because I would argue we lost tax revenue for our roads because people stopped driving. If you remember in the early stages, and we have data to show how our fuel stations, the sales tax revenues were less, and we'll have to apply that to the formula the U.S. Treasury gave. But there could be a way to get money for road maintenance that way, but you simply won't be able to say we want to spend $10 million of this American Rescue money on road maintenance. Infrastructure is clearly defined as water infrastructure and broadband, and then, like I said last week, they added parks in disadvantaged communities to that area.
You know, a question I got to ask on is, do we really know how much sales tax or gas tax revenue that we lost during the COVID-19?
We can compare the formula from the US Treasury as you compare that to, I think it's 2018, to see what you generated that year and apply that to what would have been generated during COVID. So that's the methodology they use. To say, will we certainly know? I don't think we could certainly know because you'd have to build in assumptions of how much people stop driving. But it is very formula based how to do those calculations. So we also, when we talk about revenue losses, then my suggestion to the board is look at our realignment programs that may have lost revenue. Our state, you've heard about the funding challenges in social services and behavior health. If we can demonstrate a lost revenue to those areas, that might be something the board wants to consider. And I would assume Health and Human Services will be making a request for funding for those areas.
And don't we need to be careful though, because as the ineligible uses, it talks about direct or indirect offset of net tax revenues. And so if there's been any change in the law because of COVID, it sounds like it would be made ineligible, that we have to be careful of that, correct?
We are, that's absolutely correct. We're gonna have to be careful, but so if it was a legal change, a law change, not allowed. But if it was purely a lost revenue, and so one area I focus on, a lot of our nonprofits couldn't do their annual fundraising, and this county steps up to support our nonprofits, and they lost a lot of money because they couldn't have their events, and that's a lost revenue that could help. And one of the agencies we submitted, or my office submitted a request to, and I know Kyle Zimbelman's talking to a lot of nonprofits offline, that our fairgrounds. That's something where county has some responsibility there, and they shoot fairs throughout the state. Couldn't hold their fairs last year, and they lost a lot of money, yet they have still expenses and infrastructure costs to take care of. So that's an opportunity for consideration.
Especially our community centers too. They're really in dire need right now too, so.
And we'll have to, when we get these requests, I think the primary difference from my perspective between this money and the CARES money is the CARES money, we had 3.5 months to spend $17 million.
Yeah.
So you couldn't do a lot of planning. I think we, as a county, as a community, we pulled together and did really well. Could we done better if we had more time? Absolutely. Well, we have more time on this one. So let's use that time to use it as wisely as we can. And then the last one, ineligible expenses, obligations from settled agreements, consent decrees, et cetera. Livingston may wish that bullet wasn't there, but it is. So can't use it to get out of mistakes we've made. Next slide. So this is the next category, premium pay for essential workers. Eligible workers are those who are involved in regular in-person interactions or regular physical handling of items that were handled by others. Workers needed to maintain continuity of operations of essential critical infrastructure sectors as defined by the governor. Examples include healthcare, public health and safety, childcare, education, sanitation, food production, and service. If you remember when the pandemic first started, Supervisors Turnbull and Thomas weren't here, but the board agreed with staff's recommendation that all county services were essential. That was allowable per the critical infrastructure areas defined by the governor, which by default then goes all our employees were essential. That was the determination we made as a county moving forward. Now ARPA comes out and you can authorize an additional pay for essential workers. Ineligible are those not engaged in essential work and those who are teleworking from a residence. So let me get to the next slide, and I want to talk about this one in a minute. The premium pay is up to an additional $13 per hour in wages not to exceed $25,000 a year. It should prioritize compensation for lower income eligible workers. And it must be in addition to the worker's regular pay, may not be used to substitute it. And this is one, it can be applied retroactively prior to the March date for work performed anytime since the start of COVID. So as a department head team, we talked about this. Is this something that would be interested in? How would it be implemented? And how would we manage that? So a number of things that would have to be considered. First, it's not allowed for people who were teleworking. So while all our employees were essential, a lot of our employees were allowed to telework. Right or wrong, we did not set up a pay code to track when someone was teleworking. So I can't go backwards, and so let me back up. A deputy, we know they didn't telework. They're out patrolling the street. Someone, let's say a social worker who may not be doing site visits that day, may be working from home, they could have teleworked. So we don't have a way to track who teleworked and who didn't on what hours. So going retroactively, we don't see how it's possible to do something like this countywide. Doesn't mean you can't do it going forward. But going retroactively, it's not manageable. Going forward, the challenge would be, I guess one scenario is the board could say we're going to pay all of our employees an additional premium pay. We'd have to figure out what that dollar amount is. It's up to $13 an hour. And then we would have to figure out what classifications and what employees would deserve it, or a blanket give it to everyone. Not saying it can't be done, but it's complicated. The recommendation in my staff report is not to do this one. I believe, and I know this is not going to be popular with a lot of people, but the county authorized staff to go negative in their vacation and sick leave balances to make sure they weren't negatively harmed by personal issues, and they could still get paid if they ran out of leave balances. Employees throughout the nation all got 80 hours of emergency paid sick leave to be able to take additional time off. So that's 160 hours that people had to be able to take time off. But that is a conversation for the board to consider. You don't have to make a decision today. I will, full disclosure, we have received some requests from at least 2 labor unions to have premium pay given to their employees. That I don't recall that they actually named the dollar amount, but they are interested in those discussions. I do not believe, I think it's a policy decision. The board could say yes or no, we're not going to do this. I don't think that's a negotiated issue, but if the board wants to do this, that would require us to negotiate with all our unions to see what that dollar amount would be and things such as that.
Does IHHS fit into the essential worker category?
So yes, it does.
Okay, that would be my read on it, but so they would be eligible perhaps, because that's one of the areas I think that, the compensation hasn't been significantly changed in a long time. And I do feel that during COVID and stuff, there was probably a huge impact. I can't, document it, but I got to believe there was a huge impact in IHHS relative to the COVID impacts. And I think that's one area that I would particularly want to consider. That portion of it. I don't know where the rest of the board sits on it, but I'm sure we all have ideas.
Well,
right?
and
So-
I have staff taking notes of this and some of these comments, because I don't think you could, I don't think it would be wise to make decisions today.
No.
And you weren't suggesting that. I recognize that. All requests from our partner agencies are due to, and our department heads are due to my office July 31st. And once we get a framework of what's being asked for and where the needs are, then we can start assessing how to prioritize those and where should the money go. I have no idea what those dollar amounts will come in at.
Right.
And I think my concern is if we've already classified every employee as essential, and we have something in the neighborhood of 1,900 employees, and if you go up to the maximum of 25,000, that's over $47 million right there, which we don't even have enough. So, at what point,
Up real quick.
where do you balance it out? Because every employee is essential. We've absolutely decided that. So, the way I would go is if we're going to do something, it needs to be fair for all employees, because they've all suffered in their
Right.
own ways.
But IHHS is not county employees, right? They're state employees. So that's a little different category. That's why I was asking. Does the state intend to do anything to assist that particular segment?
That question just popped into my head as you said. That's a great question. Because they are state employees. Is the state going to offer that? I don't know. They're
Yeah.
state employees, but they're paid through the county. So that's a great question. We'll have to find that out.
Okay, very
Yep.
good.
Okay. Slide 10. So revenue loss, and Supervisor Turnbull, this might get to your question a little bit. It's funds used to avoid loss of government services due to the reduction of revenue. Reduction of revenue measured relative to the revenue collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to COVID 2019. So COVID started in fiscal year 1920. So you'd be looking back to fiscal year 1819 as the baseline for that. And we have not done that work yet. It's just, but I believe that's an area that we will be getting requests for and will have to be considered. And the loss in revenue is calculated with the methodology provided by the Treasury. Included in this is general revenue from owned sources generated from underlying economy, tax revenues, and transfers from state to local governments. That's where your realignment revenue comes in as well. Okay, and slide 11, this gets into infrastructure. A broad range of investments within it's actually now 3 categories that the parks came out after we had finalized this. Water and sewer infrastructure, stormwater systems, rain gardens, green streets, wastewater treatment, protecting water bodies from pollution. Again, I'm assuming that's why Mr. Payne is here with us today. I don't even know what all that means, some of the stuff. And then broadband. And, broadband is one of our strategic plan priorities for sure. Big dollar amounts, there's a big opportunity here. And how can we leverage this money to other broadband funding availability out there? Now we'll have to be careful because a lot of that is federal money and you won't be able to use ARPA federal money to match a federal grant, but there's just a lot of broadband from the state fund flowing as well. And if this is an interest of the board, I'm going to assume this is going to be an interest of
Absolutely.
the board.
Yeah, I think so.
We need to be very methodical to
Yep.
get every advantage as we can with all that funding that's out there.
And I was concerned about the part where it was avoid investing in locations that have existing agreements, because I think they're all existing agreements in our county, I think, pretty much.
I don't think so. We had a question on what are existing agreements, and our assumption is that's things like Comcast and things, but I don't believe we have franchise agreements that covers all areas of the
Okay,
county.
that's what they're talking about, is franchise.
Well, that we have to clarify that, but
Yeah,
that's
Clear.
Yeah, it's not, because if we're talking about
Right.
consumer agreement, which
Right.
you go into to get any kind of.
I believe it's franchise
Okay,
agreements.
Okay,
Yep.
that would make more sense. Okay.
And then assistance to households facing internet access hardships or lacking digital literacy, an advantage we have. And I think Supervisor Parlin can attest to this. We were applauded, El Dorado County was applauded at RCRC for our leadership and the prior boards have taken in getting us to where we are. We have specific project areas identified. And staff are looking at how to use this money in those project areas that have been identified. So we could hopefully meet we need to be able to make sure we meet that expense period by December 2026, because these are extensive projects as well. All right.
Could you talk a little bit about the parks? One was recently added. Do we have any qualifying areas that are clear?
Vicky's looking into that. Whenever people write these acts, it's a definition of the term. So when
Right.
they say disadvantaged areas, is that the same definition as what we have on like our Prop 68 grants as disadvantaged communities? We don't know yet.
Okay.
We have to find that out. So Vicky is looking into that for us.
Because if we do qualify for some areas, that's something that I think we really need to look at. Because again, this is one-time money and you're not going to get it any other way, I don't think. So thank you.
Can we look at parks also from the econ dev side of things too?
Yep.
I mean, will that be another way to get parks in maybe instead of if we don't fit the underserved perhaps?
I don't know. I'll have to find.
Yeah, 'cause I'd like to
Good
get
question.
creative there just because COVID just really highlighted our recreation areas.
Yeah.
Now we got
Yep.
the whole state, every meeting I've been to, parks just got hammered with COVID, and we all anticipate that it's going to continue on. And so it's definitely an economic development conundrum.
Yep.
Because people are coming and we don't quite have the amenities to take care of them yet. So I would love to explore that. If we can't do the parks one, go the econ dev route perhaps too.
I'm not sure it qualifies as tourism though, because it become regular visitors. So I don't know if that's it, that qualifies as a tourist or not. But
Well, we want to get creative and
well, the
check it
governor
out.
comes up frequently evidently, so he goes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, slide 12. Some additional ineligible uses of any funding, a deposit into pension funds. It can't be done. Some may argue it'd be great to reduce our pension liability. Not allowed.
Yep.
Offset reduction in net tax revenue. This is what we talked about, the changes in laws or regulations. It can't be used to offset lost revenue because the state of California changed some rule that resulted in us getting revenue. And the Treasury does provide a step-by-step process to determine whether funds have been used to offset the tax revenue. Reporting. This is where the administrative burden comes in. And before I jump into that section, I did want to add that I've spoken with the auditor and his office is willing to assist. When we get all these requests, our initial thought is that between my office and the auditor's office, we will go through those requests and see which ones we determine are ineligible or eligible. I fully anticipate we'll get some requests that may be very well needed and very well justified, but we may think the audit risk is too high to do that. And we're not going to hide those things from the board, but the auditor has agreed to assist in like a check and balance to make sure I don't recommend something that he just feels is not allowed. So I wanted the board to be aware of that. The mandatory reporting, like I said, first one's due August 31st, and then we have quarterly reports thereafter, very similar to what we had to do with the CARES reports. And then other reporting, depending on the use of funds, additional reporting may be required. The complexity of the distribution of funds may require hiring additional staff to meet all reporting requirements. That's what I
So is
referenced
this,
earlier.
is the funding for this reporting, is that a
Yeah.
part of it?
Yes, that is an
Should
allowable
be
expense.
a net zero on the reporting for us.
Yes, it will not cost the general fund any money.
Okay.
I mean, it goes without saying, though, is that if you spend it on staff, you're not spending it on needs. So that's where the balance comes in.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
obviously we have, this is a mandatory.
Yep.
Part that we are going to have to pay for, so I think
Right.
it should be the number one reason we pay
Yes.
for this. All right, thank you.
Additional information, the recipient of ARPA funding may transfer funds to another unit of government. So a city, a town, a school district, et cetera. CSD applies. This board, a few weeks ago, I believe, sent a letter advocating for the state to send some money directly to the CSDs. In talking to one of our CSDs this morning, it's their understanding that the governor is in support of that. They do not have any details on what that may look like or if it will get approved, but it's reason to be optimistic. There's some money coming, so that's something we want to keep an eye out for. It depends if our CSDs get money, because they were impacted by the pandemic as well, especially from lost revenues and things such as that.
Yeah, I thought it was all special districts, including fire districts.
All districts,
Okay, all right,
Yep.
so fire
all
districts,
special districts. I think there's
fire
over,
protection districts, all those would be covered in that same.
I think there's over 3,000 special districts in the
Yep.
state of California, and a number I heard that, don't know if this will be the number, is 100 million. Well, 100 million by 3,000 plus special districts, you can do the math. It's not a lot of money, but what we need to watch that, and that will be consistent with taking our time and being patient, so we don't duplicate things where they're funding.
But at the same time, we need to make sure that we get the word out to these CSDs that we are going to have some money available because of what happened last time at the ARPA, where some districts claim they didn't know anything about our funding mechanism and felt they were shortchanged. So I just want to make sure that although they may have a source eventually directly from the state, it's important that we include them in all of our information getting out there. And I know you have letter, I saw your letter going out specifically, but I just want to make sure that's included with every single CSD that we have.
I believe we have hit them all
Okay,
in El Dorado County. And that's, we've double checked if there were some of the fire districts that didn't get notification with the
Right.
CARES money. I believe we've hit them all, and we will continue to try to make sure we do so. And we are getting a lot of questions coming in from those things, but you're right, Supervisor, and we need to listen to all those requests.
Right.
For sure. And, I'll even offer after July 31st, if we don't get anything from a special district, we'll probably put in a call to them just to see.
I think that would be really.
I think
good
that's fair.
because, yeah, I just want to make sure that the
Yep.
word gets out to everybody fairly.
Yep, we can do that. Additional funding sources are available for individuals, businesses, outside agencies, and nonprofits. And you saw the letters I sent to department heads too, and all the outside agencies. I have asked those, I've encouraged them to seek the additional sources of funding from the American Rescue Plan Act before coming to the county, asking for our direct allocation. So the next steps, July 31st, the responses are due to my office, and we're anticipating no later than mid-October coming back with some further discussion. I'm not to commit to actual recommendations. I would anticipate there'd be some recommendations in there, but there's not going to be recommendations of how to spend the whole $37 million in October. I think we will have to talk about timelines and keeping in mind we don't have all $37 million yet. So we have to look at this really over the next 3 to 5 years. So any questions on that, on the slides?
So Don, when you talk about timelines,
Yeah.
when do you anticipate funding actually going out? If
I think by-
mid-October, then you're seeing by the end of the year.
I would think so. If there's some low hanging fruit that everyone's.
I think that's the key. Yeah.
Okay.
The stuff we can say, yeah, absolutely, this has got to have a certain amount of funding, get
Okay.
that stuff started. But some of it's going to take a lot more study to determine how you maximize, how you leverage all the different funding
And I
streams.
think the
So,
key will be whether the state's going to be chipping into
Absolutely.
these same.
One thought, and this is just my thought, is if we do the calculation and we can substantiate, I'm gonna just say $2 million of lost revenue and gas tax. Let's get that $2 million in lost revenue to go to road maintenance. That seems like that's a priority of this county.
yep, absolutely.
So the low hanging fruit, easy ones, I could see us talking about in October.
Okay.
If we want to tie a number to a water infrastructure project in October, that might require more discussion. Because you're talking I'm assuming you're talking a large amount of money. So that's where I think a lot of that will depend on what the nature of the requests that come in are. I think lost revenues though would be the easiest one to replace and probably a more critical one to replace, because if our CSDs, our nonprofits are struggling because they lost revenue, let's get them some cash to help them. So my thoughts in how some criteria to consider, and it's in the staff report section. One, lost revenue is a big one. The other is base it on what our county strategic plan priorities are, as a framework to make the recommendations, very similar to how we recommend the county's budget to you. We look at the strategic plan, we look at those priorities and go that direction. With the ARPA money, though, also assistance for small business and our nonprofits. There has been questions raised about the small business grant program we did with the CARES money. My opinion, we did very well. I don't like the money that went to all the businesses. There's some businesses I don't think should have deserved it, but it was a collaborative effort with the chambers, with the cities, with the county. I'm going to defend Bill Roby a little bit. Some people have said it was his program. It wasn't his program. He administered it for us, but he didn't make the decisions. He was an administrator. It was decisions made by that team. That being said, as I said earlier, we only had 3.5 months to implement it. So it was a very compressed timeline. I know Kyle and Bill are working very closely in the whole business protection group on what that would look like of how we would provide assistance to small businesses. And we can be more strategic. I will argue, and I think I could do so very effectively, not all businesses were harmed as a result of COVID. Some did quite well, actually.
Yeah.
And we have time now to assess that and see which ones really needed help. And same thing with some of our nonprofits. Some of our nonprofits are larger ones that are more sophisticated. They were able to already receive a lot of federal money through PPE programs and different loan and grant programs they have. Our smaller ones that don't have that level of sophistication may need money a lot more. So my suggestion is we be very strategic with that as well. And they are planning to submit the business protection group led by Kyle is planning to submit a request to my office by the end of the month, working with all those partners. So those are my thoughts.
One of the things with the last time the stimulus money went out to a lot of the businesses, a lot of the small businesses didn't even know where to go to even get it or apply for it. So I think takes that under consideration to make sure that we get that word out there so these businesses know and where to get it and how to apply for it, because they didn't have any idea. So there was a lot of small businesses that really suffered because of it.
Well, that's why I'm pushing for, I want an ombuds person that we can that's all they're gonna do is reach out to all those businesses and help them. These processes are just not, especially the smaller, I mean, we're talking the tiny ones, they're just trying to do their job and keep their shop open or whatever. They don't have time to delve into this paperwork and computer. Some people don't like computers. It's just a thing. So if we, have that one person that we can just have them focus on getting folks through that process, I think it'll go a long way. A good bang for a buck, I really do.
I agree with you that the water and sewer infrastructure is going to take an extended study, because in addition to fairgrounds, for instance, which I understand has had historically some issues, we need to look at that. But the 56-acre park property up in South Lake Tahoe, I don't know the status of that infrastructure. I'm guessing it's very aged. And so those are some of the things that we need to look at and prioritize and work through. And I'm not sure about this campus, if there's any one area here that has been not upgraded to standards that within the next 5 years will have to have major repairs or something. Those kinds of things that there's a lot of money that can be spent in just water and sewer infrastructure.
Probably all 37 million if you wanted
Probably
to.
all of it. Yeah. So I think, we obviously need to do
More.
our
Go,
study,
Ken,
our
I see you.
analysis and look at how we best, not peanut butter, but where we strategically focus those funds to go to make sure we get the best bang for the buck, and where we might be eligible for grants in other areas. That's always the balancing thing, right? This is eligible for a grant, but it takes a sharing. Let's see if we can get the grant, and then we'll put some of the share money into it. You extend your money. Again, that's leveraging. So,
Well, there's one, the board's okay with this, maybe ask Ken to speak to a little bit, but I was back in DC with both of those gentlemen there, and what's that?
up to
what's-
no good, huh?
What's that dam, what's the Alder
Yeah.
Reservoir,
Yeah, right.
huge amounts of money, but is there an opportunity? I don't know, but some things to think about for sure.
Right.
I think it'll be important for us all to consider. It would be so easy to spread it around like peanut butter. And yet I think we need to really ask ourselves, what goals in our strategic plan
Yep.
might not be feasible without this one-time investment? Granted that they're eligible, funds. And I think we just really need to be focused on that too, as well.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Okay, let's open it up to the public. Kim, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning about this, and boy, could we spread this out like peanut butter.
Yeah, let's don't do that.
Anyway, I really like the way the conversation's going, talking about the strategic plan and priorities, and that's truly what we have to do. Brian Durkamp, Director for Emergency Services Authority, hopefully still your partner in this operation. We will be submitting a request, obviously, for funds related to the agenda item. We'll be submitting under items 1, 2, and 3, and I'll just quickly elaborate. We're not getting into detail today. Obviously, under item 1, we responded and continue to respond to the COVID emergency. Our contract folks as well, the frontline workers, as you know. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Our public safety personnel, and then the need for enhanced equipment. The technology is changing quickly on the equipment that isolates patients and how they're going to be treated and whether they need to go to the hospital or not. So all this is evolving, and we'll have some requests for enhanced equipment that goes along with that. Item 2, I can't speak for our contract providers. They could be looking also at the premium pay. I don't know. They all that I know did get requests, so they'll be coming forward. And then item 3, we're already working with the CAO representatives to calculate lost revenue during the lockdown. Revenues were down from what we could have attained. Obviously, we have to work through that calculation. That'll be more of the second round of funding, I'm sure, because it takes some time to do those calculations. The first 1 and 2 would be immediate as soon as we can to get this technology and enhancements. Finally, then under item 1, and this goes into our strategic plan, we're talking about enhanced community health. It would be working to develop a pilot program to involve the execution. And we had 1 committee meeting already, thanks to CEO's office and 2 board members, to talk about where we're going in future VMS and how our public's going to be treated in the best possible way. So this will be in conjunction with Marshall, Barton, obviously our providers, and how patients are distributed. Treat and release, community paramedicine. Marshall right now is piloting a project on their own, or a person working out of their car going out and treating patients. So all those conversations, I think, will still need to come to head. Again, under the lost revenue strategic plan priorities, defend and put in the language, so hopefully it makes it easier for you as well. And again, we are your partner in 7, and obviously you've got contractual obligations through 3. Ryan's, I think, listening and probably will chime in here in a minute from the students as well, and they have some of these same needs. So thanks for the opportunity. You know where to find me for questions. We want to get a little peanut butter. Especially on the infrastructure project.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Y'all like peanut butter.
Yeah. Chunky or smooth though.
Oh,
Crunchy smooth.
there's the question of the day.
Exactly. Thanks, Brian.
Have to feed it, yep.
That's what happens when we're off for a week.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. So Ken, I hope you're bringing some jelly to go with the peanut butter, because you're making me hungry.
Ken Payne, I'm with the Eldorado Water Agency. I'm probably not going to be the most loved person when we go through this process, but because I agree with a lot of what I hear you saying, particularly with Don on his strategic emphasis on strategic. When we're going through the water wastewater, yeah, we could spend $37 million a year. You know, it's the combination of water resources, but the way we're looking at it and working with Don's office is we're vetting it out. We're looking at part of whether or not there's alternative funding for some of these entities, because a lot of the CSDs, a lot of the small districts don't have this opportunity. You have one opportunity to help fund areas that need it. And so we have an ongoing list of projects that we've been monitoring for grant opportunities. And those are principally with the big 5 water purveyors in the cities. But the hard part is reaching out. And I think I've had conversations with some of you on reaching out to some of the small CSDs and the 118 small communities that we have that have water resources needs that don't know how to ask for money. So that's a lot of our time has been taking over the last month has been taking to that. So, you know, it's supporting what Don's trying to do with kind of spreading it out equitable. And if it's a general fund obligation, I would say emphasize that. I'm a big proponent of the county spending the money on broadband. There is benefits to the special districts on that. Everybody benefits out of that kind, and that's a general fund that doesn't have rates and fees and opportunities like some of the other special districts have. So those are the considerations that we'll bring before you on the water, wastewater, the infrastructure. So, but good luck.
Thank you, Ken.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. As you know, I'm on the on CDAC, Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee. The money's already spent. You just don't know that it's spent, meaning that there's more demand on the money than we have money. I had this notion as I was hearing you talk, because I think you're all tied in, and clearly I liked a lot of things that was said today. One-time money, we got to invest at least a portion of it so that we get a return later, because the more that we can do that, the more that money is going to be beneficial to all of us in the community. But it's almost like it's a separate budget process, meaning you're already going to have your budget hearings coming up September or October, whenever you come back with your final numbers. And a lot of the money is going to be tied into that budget process, especially if you're talking about departments and you're talking about staffing and things like that. So in my mind, the demands, because of the way this thing is written, that are going to come out are valid. Now the question is, how valid are they in a comparison to other things that you might consider? Strategic plan is critically important. If you deviate from your strategic plan and you can't tie it to the strategic plan, I think it's a big mistake. Why did we spend so much time on strategic plan? So when I think about the things that the CIO has talked about are related to those infrastructure, certainly broadband. I mean, who in their right mind would deny broadband to El Dorado County if we have an opportunity to put the structure into place? Because that's the return on investment that we're going to see years and years and years into the future. And you all we'll be thinking about you in a very positive way. About the fact that you had forethought and you could see that the kids needed, because you can tie it into so many different ways to the kids and things like that. So my thoughts today are more generic in place. The budget process, the idea of how you tie this in a very clear, transparent way, so that everybody knows why the decisions are being made, that they're not just politically made, but they're made because the communities are going to see the benefits from it. That's what I hope you all will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Laurel Brumbaum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, excuse me, part of the Workforce Protection Working Group that was originated out of the county. That group consisted of the city of South Lake Tahoe, Tahoe Prosperity, the city of Placerville, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce, the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, the CAO's office, and Golden Sierra Workforce Investment Board. It was a group that worked very diligently, very methodically, and very thoughtfully on developing the program that we put in place. Our administrator, the foundation, Community Foundation, canvassed the entire county when looking at getting the word out. The chambers did extensive social media and expending our own dollars in promoting that program, as well as the county spread the word throughout the county. You can't touch everyone. We all know that. Common sense tells you that. But the programs that we did put in place, it was very well thought out. And I don't disagree with the CAO that there were a few people that I agree shouldn't have gotten a loan, but they met the criteria that was set. So they did. It wasn't a perfect program because it was put together, like the CAO said, had to be completed within 3.5 months. But the folks that got those grants, over 300 businesses, well over 300 businesses in our community received support from those dollars. And believe me, those are grateful constituents that got that support. So I'm up here to clarify. I don't want to sound defensive about this, but you have a group of dedicated people from all over the county that are part of this workforce protection group that are continuing to work to try to bring another program forward that are going to benefit throughout the county our small businesses. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laurel. If you'd open up for Zoom participants in.
Now taking public comment from Amy Trutlin.
Morning, board. I'm not sure if you can hear me or see me, but this is Ryan Wagner from the California Tahoe Emergency Services Operations Authority in South Lake Tahoe, and Amy's the operations manager. And I'd like to echo what Brian Veerkamp said. We've actually appreciate the opportunity to be involved in this process from the very beginning. Thanks to the CAO, who made a call very early on to let us know to prepare and make sure that we understood and we're following this as it would be critical going forward. So thank you, Mr. Ashton. And for some clarification on the premium pay, some of the comments, just understand that there's the way that we read it is that there's a max of 25,000, but there's also a cap to make sure that that cap is to 150. It doesn't exceed 150% of the average salary. So if you make 98,600, then you wouldn't get any. So it's up to that cap. So just to take that into consideration, especially for our model in South Lake Tahoe, everybody that works for the JPA in the ambulances, that would apply and make a big difference, as we know that there's some challenges in retention in every industry. So we definitely look forward to submitting our proposal and working with the West Slope to make sure that we're aligned and on the same page with a lot of our needs to ensure that our EMS services continue at the high level that they have been. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you, Kim. And this is kind of a receive and file plus direction. So Don, do you feel that you've gotten adequate direction from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So what I heard from the board is focus when we receive the requests, as I said, we will review them with the auditor for eligibility and then return to the board with prioritization consistent with our strategic plan, but also lost revenues that impact services and return to the board before October or by October with further discussion on those requests.
I had a quick question because, I think that was a good point made that it's difficult for some of the smaller businesses to understand that this may be out there. Should they be going through our chambers, or is this something where they individually are going to be asking for funding? And how do we arrange that with our constituents, especially our small businesses that we know are that suffers?
Well,
suffering.
Council will allow this, that maybe the board could consider a motion to hire an ombudsman to help with that, because it would be easy to say, I'll call Kyle. Well, I mean, that Kyle has another job. So if we could bring in a resource to help assist with that, that would be appreciated. And to me, this is consistent enough. The board could direct staff to return with the updated personnel resolution, allocating the appropriate classification for that purpose. We'd have to work with HR on that.
I would concur that you'd be permitted to direct staff to return with that.
I would suggest that we do that then, because
Yeah.
it's small
like that
businesses.
idea.
I think we all have seen that. They're the ones.
And our
hit, so-
nonprofits too. Did you feel from this conversation that you felt the board supported reaching out to the nonprofits specifically too, Dawn? Because
I saw,
that is one of my big.
I agree.
ones.
Yeah.
Okay,
I appreciate you saying that. I saw a lot of head nodding, but that doesn't.
Yeah, because I'm like,
So-
I've been reaching out to our community centers and community halls specifically. And I got several of them already in touch, and I have a list of more and that I've been sharing with Kyle, and he's been reaching out to them just to say I've been making it very clear that there's a potential. I can't guarantee that they're going to get funding. So in my mind, Kyle's already trying to be the ombuds person already. And I think as things progress, it's going to be overwhelming. So that's a good idea. That's smart.
Let's do
Give it a
that.
jump on it. And then, yeah, nonprofits, please, please, please.
Yeah, getting back to the nonprofits, they fill in so many gaps in our
Yes.
community.
And they
that-
stretch our dollars because
do.
of their volunteerism. So I really want to go there.
If the board would consider then, if staff feels appropriate, that consider an administrative type position as well to keep up with all the reporting requirements. And as the requests come in and money starts being dispersed,
Yeah, that's,
if the board would consider that direction as well, I would appreciate it. I don't know that we will return with that, but we are concerned that the workload in keeping up with these reporting, and as you saw one of the bullets, some of that is still yet to be defined.
Right.
so if we need a motion on that, I'd like
I
to
would,
make that motion that
for the
we
direction.
direct staff
Yep.
on all that, nonprofits, businesses and
Yeah.
the
So
administrative.
my question is the duration of the employment. Looks like 2026, that position would no longer have purpose, right? So we need to keep that in mind as well. This is not a hire to retain.
Yeah.
The short, so I would be cautious in how we do that, because we can always groom people to fit into other positions within the organization, but there's got to be a transition plan built into it if we're going to take on full-time employment in that area, in my opinion.
And might it make, I'm sorry,
Oh.
might it make sense to run this by the working group and to really understand what the needs are in the community, both in the nonprofit world and in the small business world, as far as, how that person could be helpful in that context. So we really know what we need to hire and if that's the appropriate.
Well, and if it is a hire, or
If
we
it
just
is,
use
yeah. Or is there another option?
employee, somebody currently.
I think it might make sense to run it by the working groups since they are the experts out in the business community.
Oh, to create like the job specs kind
Right,
of thing. the need
To
that-
make sure that we are hiring the right kind of
Right.
person
That
for
makes
this
sense.
role.
Job description that would be
Yeah,
put
at a work
together.
plan.
Today we can say, give the direction that we
Yes,
want
to
to hire
explore it,
someone
right.
and work with
Oh, it's
to
good.
get the
That's a good one.
specs.
yeah.
The
Oh, we
working
would go
group.
into recruitment because we want it to fit within one of our
Exactly
HR,
right.
existing HR categories, but if you go in the recruitment pamphlet or notification in terms of the specific role that this person would take on, because it is broader than
Yeah.
most general categories. It's kind of like, and other responsibilities as assigned.
Don't we all do that?
Well,
They kind of do. yeah.
And Supervisor Heidel, your staff, your team did talk about if we hire someone, the money does run out by, well, the longest it will last is through December 2026.
Yep.
And we talked about limited term and limited term is so hard to hire.
Right,
'cause-
understand.
But we believe that with a 3 to 5 year horizon, if we plan it right, as you said, we can absorb that through attrition.
I would think so.
You know,
Yeah, I would think so.
So that would be our recommendation to
Okay,
you.
that's a long enough horizon.
So I would make
Okay.
that motion to,
Okay.
to direct staff, what we're talking about doing administratively and for the ombudsman in any ways, and be able to have staff come back with a work plan. That would make sense for such a,
So do you want that
Position.
before October or do you want to wait till October?
I think we
I think we should do it now.
Yeah.
I agree.
We would probably,
This is critical.
We kind of
It's
split the
gonna get rolling.
timelines in terms of the
Yeah.
direction. So,
we
Yeah,
would
I'd say
return with that
immediate.
as soon as we
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, one of the things, we can also look into bringing back somebody that's retired too.
yeah,
Sure.
You know, which is an option. I think would be really good, especially if they're an expert in that field. So.
you can't have them full time.
I
They're
know,
going to be
I know,
retired
just part-time
annuitant. So
anyway, yeah.
it might be supplemental, but I'm
Right.
not sure it fills the total.
Yeah, but we
goal.
could look into it.
Yes.
I'll second
absolutely.
that.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on the motion? I guess we got to take that. Not seeing any hands raised. Kim, in public comment area?
No.
Okay, so we have a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Don. Great presentation. A lot of
That was really
jump
good.
starting on this, and that's great. So I'm assuming, given the hour, we want to go to department matters for a couple of items. Is that the right sequence?
Yeah, unless the board needs a break, it's up to you.
How are we doing? Want a 10-minute break?
I just need 5.
5-minute break. 5-minute break. So we will.
Just gonna go get another donut. That's all.
You gave it away though, George. Okay, 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you. Ready, Kim? Okay, so we are going to go to department matters. Item number 20, if you'd read that, please, Kim.
Item number 20 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of intention to amend Title 130 of the county zoning ordinance and initiate zoning ordinance update project.
Thank you. Welcome, Rob.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning in the Planning and Building Department. As Kim mentioned, we're here to discuss a resolution of intent to amend Title 130, the zoning ordinance, particularly 4 sections. The sections that we intend to amend are Chapter 130.36 signs, 130.39 oak resources conservation, 130.40.130 communication facilities, and 130.40.140, which will be a new ordinance, electrical vehicle charging stations. In March of 2020, the Long Range Planning Unit brought forth in their prioritization matrix these items and were directed by the board to move forward. We were unable to move forward in 2021 or 2020-2021 fiscal year. And so again, in April, we brought forth this item on our planning matrix for this upcoming fiscal year, 2021-22. And so we are, the contract has been placed with the contracts unit. And so we're working on finalizing that. And then ultimately that contract would be brought forth to the Board of Supervisors for decision. But one of the things that we identified in that was that one of the initial steps is that we bring a resolution of intent to the Board of Supervisors pursuant to section 130-63-020. Now, generally, we would have done that a lot closer to our original prioritization or direction from the board, but we recognize that that had not happened yet. So I'm here to do that, to bring forth what was essentially already previously directed by the Board of Supervisors to move forward with. And ultimately, we anticipate bringing forth the contract in late August and getting started on this effort. And so I'm here to take any questions that you may have, and that concludes my presentation.
Good, quick comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We have been talking about these for quite a while and really happy to see this moving forward. And, you know, I'm really been looking forward, especially communications area and the signs. I mean, well, they're all important, but it's just, I appreciate you moving forward on it as soon as you can. Thank you.
Rob, I'm a little confused. Because, so are you saying the work's pretty much already done and you're just updating what was done into the ordinance, or we're still working on these, or?
Yeah, I can answer that. So the work has not been done. So we've put, we have, the scope of work has been worked out with the consultant. We have the contract with our contracts unit, finalizing that. And so ultimately the work would then come after this, but the discussions related to doing the effort had occurred before. And so we were unable to sort of make this happen in the last fiscal year. And so it carried forward to this next fiscal year. And so we are poised to get that started and get moving on those items. One of the items, so 3 of the items, which are the communication facilities, the oak resource conservation, and the signs, will be under the contract with Dudick. We actually did decide, because of, we had some examples related to the electric vehicle charging stations, that we actually did that one in-house, and we pulled that out of the contract. So we will be working on that one in-house and getting that done. We feel like we can turn that around pretty quickly and do that ourselves. And so save the efforts of the consultant on some of the higher level discussions, especially wireless telecom and the signage. But the intent really is to, for the signs, is to address some concerns we've had over time related to the large commercial facilities. The Cameron Park design was added into this one, or the Cameron Park Design Review Committee's wishes to look at their signage in Cameron Park. And then also the last one is sort of the residential subdivision signs. So these are a lot of things that were kind of giving us some trouble in implementation. And so we're going to look at those related to the oak resource conservation. It's the same type of thing where we're trying to address some smaller fixes that we're having trouble in the implementation of under these new ordinances, and then ultimately bringing back some fixes that will help us to do implementation. And then with regard to the communications facility, that's a larger discussion, and we're going to look at the whole sort of ordinance and the streamlining provisions that have been brought down by the state and make sure that we're consistent with those, but also addressing a lot of the concerns that your board has heard related to wireless telecom facilities.
That helps a lot. Thank you.
Sure.
So Rob, under signs, we've heard that Costco is going to be applying for a waiver on our sign ordinance relative to their needs. I don't know if you've been part of that or not. I don't know the details, but it would seem that if we're reviewing that whole sign ordinance, that we should consider where this best fits. Because in my opinion, it's always best not to have to deal with waivers if there are specific categories that need to be addressed and updated in the sign ordinance, that those be considered as part of this process. So I just put that out there as a information item. If you haven't heard that, and I don't know if there's any follow through on it or not, but I had some inputs that indicated they were looking at that. So second thing is item D, if I'm not mistaken, is a unfunded state mandate that requires us to put in electrical charging stations. Is that correct? Because one of the things I want to start making aware to the public is the state keeps pushing things to us to do, but not provide additional revenue. And now the state has a huge surplus budget, but they're not giving us additional revenue to do the work that they're mandating we do. And I think that needs to be known by the public, particularly with an election coming up. So is that true? Is that one of these new state mandates?
So I'll speak first to the Costco item. We do have an application in-house.
Okay.
It's currently deemed incomplete, but we're looking at and evaluating all of the components of that project. So signs would certainly be one of those. The sign ordinance does allow some deviation related to comprehensive sign programs, but it may or may not meet the needs of what they were looking to do. And so that'll certainly be something that we're looking at.
Excellent.
Related to the electrical vehicle charging stations, that is a state mandate related to streamlining provisions of the approval of building permits for electrical vehicle charging stations. It came out a couple of years back, so we're a little bit behind on getting that into the ordinance, but we're certainly trying to get that because it was directed from the state of California that you have an ordinance related to that streamlining.
I think the EV charging, if I recall, talking to Dave Johnson last year, there was funding for that.
I was just going to say that I remember reporting out or something. I was at a meeting. They said there was some kind of help with that. If we could revisit that.
Yeah, John, I don't know.
I
if it was
agree with
full.
you. I like pointing those out.
I've gotten some inputs that said we're not aware if there's additional funding. There's a lot of talk sometimes about things that are going to be put in trailer bills and then they disappear. And so it'd be good to run that to ground and determine, yeah, there is funding, because we don't want to be, expending general fund resources against things that are state mandates, in my opinion, if we can avoid it. If there is funding, let's figure out what it is.
Yeah.
If it's a grant or something, then,
Seemed
sometimes
like
it's
there
not
were-
worth
there
the
were
effort.
grants.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah, I recall that.
Oh, here comes Tiffany. She's
Yeah.
gonna straighten us out.
I sit up here trying to figure this out.
Tiffany Schmidt, Director of Planning and Building, and I think Rob actually would have handled it, but just real quick. So I think there's a distinction between the construction of the charging stations versus the staffing and the state's prioritization of our staff work required to streamline those permittings. So that is what is not included. So it's just one more thing where the state is prioritizing our work in my department.
And that's what I
That was
thought.
what that was.
I thought there was assistance for the planning. I really did.
I'm
I'll
not
check for
aware.
you because I think it came out of an RCRC meeting
Okay.
where I thought I remember reporting that out. But I'll check.
Maybe, assistance for the help of modifying ordinances. Sometimes we can get grant funding for that, but
Yeah,
as far as
I'll
staff
check.
resources, I'm not aware, but I would,
Okay.
if it's
Well, I
there,
remember
please
when-
let me know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember when Dave Johnson came to me because they wanted to put a charging station at my place. And the thing is, they had grant money to be able to do that. But the biggest issue was I had to supply the electricity, to that, from wherever the meter was, to my box and stuff, to the charging station. So that was the only
Right.
thing that was out of the pocket, was basically for the business owner. But-
Right, and that's what I
But there
heard
was
for
grant
Tom.
money for that particular.
For the construction.
so,
Yeah,
Construction, yeah.
that is separate than the planning. I'll double check that.
Okay. Yeah, if you would, that would be
It's ringing a
helpful.
bell, but there's a lot of bells in here.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I don't know.
Tiffany.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yep.
So this is Rob again. I did want to add that we definitely were in conversations with their quality management district and our building division related to this. And so Certainly, the building division will be one of the folks implementing it because of the streamlining of the provisions, but air quality management was definitely in those discussions.
Excellent. So seeing no more comments or questions from board members, Kim, open it up for the public, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
This painting demonstrates. Look at the agenda, and people only look at this agenda that's published. It doesn't give you the information, enough information to understand what the context is of what you know to be the item. Staff's come up, did a nice job reflecting prior discussions. Got that out of the discussions. But I think the Legistar, which a lot of people don't know, which is the body of the discussion, that is the little number that's in the agenda. You click on it, and then you find out what is the story. Why are we here today? Why do we need to be here? For those that don't know, public, March 17th, 2020, that was item number 27. The board approved and endorsed the long-range planning project prioritization matrix for fiscal year 2020-2021, which included these things that we just talked about. Those were the things that needed to be dealt with. Staff had brought that to you that date. So those of you that were not here on that date need some catch up work to understand why we're here. The purpose of my coming to the podium is just to clarify this, because the zoning update to some people generically would be, I have some property, I don't feel it's zoned correctly, so therefore I would like to be part of some process in order to get that cleaned up, cleared up. But that's not what we're here for today for. I want to make sure that at least staff maybe can comment on my comment and say, yes, we're not here for that kind of work. We're only here for these specific amendments. And your board has already engaged in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so any staff response you might want to offer?
You should call him.
So Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So in response to the public comment, this is not a parcel specific zoning exercise. This is particular to 4 sections of the Title 130. And so it would not, although it may have impacts to future facilities or future build out of those sections of the ordinance, it is specific to the language of the ordinance, and it's not a parcel specific exercise.
I think he understood. I think what the point was that, maybe we put some history in the Legistar of when we had that discussion, so people understand why we're bringing this.
So
it's in there.
It's in Legistar.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge that we
Okay,
could
I
have done a
can see
better
the
job in articulating what the specific sections and what those changes would be.
Under the Title 130, if you said signs, open resources, conservation, communications facility, if you'd list them as the resolution does, that might provide more clarity, but it's, where do you stop, right? Once you start providing more
It was clear.
information.
It was clear.
Yeah.
And with that, I'll move item number 20.
Second.
And we didn't have any, okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. 21, Kim. Thank you, Rob and Tiffany.
Thank you.
Item 21 comes from Supervisors Heidel and Thomas, recommending the board appoint 2 board members to an ad hoc committee to participate in discussions with El Dorado County Foundation, local stakeholders, with the Mobile Home Park Working Group, and staff regarding mobile home park issues and concerns.
Wendy, do you want to introduce this one?
Certainly. So following some robust discussions that you've continued to have, Chairman Heidel, and that we've had since January with mobile homeowners, just concerned about preserving the affordability of that type of living unit. As you know, Chairman Heidel and myself have been working with this group and did a public community meeting regarding issues. And from that community meeting, there were some takeaways, which included that there are some perhaps projects that a group could be helpful in engaging with a mobile home community to either contract out better utility rates or provisions that can help residents in mobile home parks. And so also our staff has been, could be helpful in engaging in some of these as well. And so this board item allows us to especially have CJ work with this group in moving some of these issues forward. Also, as we are looking forward to the El Dorado Community Foundation's housing survey on the West Slope, we're wanting to make sure that our voice is engaged in that process and that the county is reflected in that process. So we're not duplicating efforts, but complementing each other. And so this item will also allow us to engage with the Community Foundation in that housing study so it can be a complement to our own work internally. So with that, I think we're looking for direction. I know I would be interested in serving on this working group since we've been engaged since January, and probably Chairman Heidel and myself.
As would I, but I think we're open to any other board
exactly.
suggestions if there are any. Anybody.
Right. My first question is, where are our mobile home parks mostly located?
District 3.
That's what I thought.
That's the high
I
preponderance.
have more than
Right.
anyone
And
else
then
in
there
the county.
also is a lot in District 2 too.
Mhm.
So
That's what I was wondering.
And there's a lot in Pollock Pines, District 5.
Yeah.
At least Pollock gets split. I'm not sure exactly where that split is, but
Yeah.
okay, middle,
Right there
okay.
on the line.
Right.
So,
So
yeah.
that's something I think should be considered.
Sure.
Yep, absolutely.
And then also, my ear tweaked a little bit when you mentioned, negotiating utilities and that kind of stuff. Is that, I didn't know, is that something we should be doing, or is it more of what the working group?
The working group. On this working group, we'll have members of the Manufactured Homeowners Association, park owners, residents as well. And so looking at those types of expenditures within the communities, that could there be some assistance to park owners as well as residents to make sure that they're being treated fairly. So.
And is this something that CJ has the bandwidth to take on? Because you mentioned her specifically.
Right. She would be very, very specific to the housing element and that part of she wouldn't be getting into the nitty gritty on some of those other projects that the working group might want to interface with.
Okay.
Her time would have to be used judiciously. She has an awful lot on her plate.
Right.
So it's really as a subject matter expert to
Exactly.
gather information, not necessarily to be part of the creative aspect of
Mhm.
things, but can you help us understand what the history of this was? Where do we go find the document of the previous study that was done? Those kinds of references will be helpful for the task force, for the ad hoc committee, basically, to be able to look at the details of things that have happened.
So would this committee come back to the board regularly, as we ask the other committees to come back and give us reports of kind of where we're at? Because I think we are all affected by it in some way or form, shape or form with mobile homes and the issues.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And we don't expect this, to last forever, perhaps. It's just to in the temporary, in the immediate future, to address some of the needs, just to make sure we preserve this level of affordability within our county.
one of the questions I'm going to ask, is it going to be a member from each of the districts to be on this certain committee, or is it just going to be appointed by the two supervisors that are going to be on it?
No, in the item, let me get the item.
Supervisor Thomas, while you pull that up, if I could just offer some clarification on what I think would be the best way for the board to move forward with this. If recall that if unless it's a committee that's comprised solely of less than a quorum of the legislative body, then it could be a committee subject to the Brown Act. So I think what you're looking to do today is to create an ad hoc committee comprised solely of two members of the board. Right. I hear talk of a working group that may be assisting this particular ad hoc committee in that kind in this issue, and I would maybe view your ad hoc committee of the board members as being your interface between this board and that working group and community stakeholders.
Yep.
So as proposed, I think what you're contemplating again would be a true ad hoc committee, solely two board members. Again, there may be some level of staff support, but the committee itself, this ad hoc committee, would simply be the two board members. If you choose to do something more robust, as I think what Supervisor Turnbull might be suggesting, you certainly could do that. And that, at that point, it really would be considered a standing committee. It would be a legislative body under the Brown Act and would have to conduct their meeting in accordance with the Brown Act. Again, it's perfectly permissible for you to do that. Just recognize what the kind of the procedural consequences would be if you take that route.
So like our industrial hemp ad hoc committee, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. I think there's two board members that are that ad hoc committee. You have a working group, so to speak, the participants and stuff. And then information is brought back to the board at the appropriate time when we're looking at, is there a need for the county to take any kind of action? Is there an ordinance or something, brother? And we're not sure that that's the case. It may just be data collection and implementation of existing programs and assistance in helping mobile home park owners be able to acquire better utility rates. And the propane is the biggest issue, I guess. And so there's a whole lot of issue, related to that. I don't want to get into the details, but we may be able to provide some assistance without having the ad hoc committee bring something back to the board.
I'm curious, would this be a better thing to task to CDAC, since they've been doing housing and they're task oriented by nature, and this seems to be up there in their wheelhouse of things to do?
I think what's important about this potential ad hoc committee is that this is industry specific. And so what is proposed on this ad hoc committee is to have a representative from the El Dorado Community Foundation, Housing El Dorado, the Western Manufacturing Homeowners Association. And because those are all individual parts of the whole that are specific to this industry and that have been having ongoing dialogue. And over the last couple of months, it's really been quite effective in helping each of those components understand the respective needs. And because this originally stemmed from a cry for a rent stabilization ordinance. And as we really kind of dug into it and brought all these community partners to the table, we saw that, maybe that is not the best course forward, but there's other things that can be done to ensure the affordability of this type of housing. And so that's what we're looking to continue that dialogue and especially engage with the El Dorado Community Foundation's housing survey in the fall. So we see this just kind of as a temporary project. Then we can bring it back to the board, explore, see where we're at, and to see if it needs to continue in the future. But for the time being, I think it makes sense for these rich dialogues and collaboration to continue, especially in light of the Community Foundation survey going forward.
So you and John are both volunteered to.
Unless anyone else wants to participate on it. So.
And my expectation is it's going to take probably a year to get through these things and get the look at RENA and all the other stuff. And then the ad hoc committee probably ought to disband and cease. Because I think at that point, there'll be a full handoff to other nonprofits as well as the Community Foundation, because there are a number of nonprofits involved in looking at this as well, particularly when it fits that housing element to start with, and then mobile home parks and expansion of availability of space within mobile home parks. How do we expand the existing facilities? How do we look at new types of facilities? That's kind of what their role will be. But the ad hoc committee facilitates having board input and staff participating in it. So that's the level of it. But
I have a question. Have you guys reached out to a lot of the managers of these parks and their concerns already?
We have,
Yes.
absolutely. Yeah, in fact, they were all invited to our community meeting, and that's another purpose of this, to continue engaging with them. Absolutely.
yeah,
That's good.
yeah. So Cam, if you'd open it up for public comment then, 21.
Now, taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
But I have some pertinent comments related to this item. I pulled up Crestview Mobile Home Park. It's 6387 Mother Lode Drive, Fosterville.
Mhm.
Their address, Crestview. It has a 114 lots. And it's age restricted, 55 years or older. And then it goes on and talks about the details. You can find all this information on anything that you want to look at in the internet. So why is this pertinent? Because I do live in District 3, and we do have a lot of these types of homes. They're critically important in terms of income, that we have places with people. As you know, we can have a Lake Oaks, high-end, kind of, it's where Lori's mom lives.
Yeah.
Or we can have different levels of mobile home parks. When I thought, and heard you guys discussing, I thought immediately about vacation home rentals and the fact we were doing this electronic geographical system that allowed us to know what we have. I mean, an inventory. And then, you could click on it and then data would be there as, oh, it's age restricted, and somebody who's young and just getting started would know not to go there because there's not going to find any place. I'm talking about the practical aspect, Wendy, about why I think this group is important. But Lori, I appreciate the fact that we did bring up CDAC, and we are talking about housing. And our work plan item is broad enough and generic enough that it covers a lot of what you are going to be talking about. The availability, and then that workforce housing that would be available if the system functions correctly, and this committee could potentially make it function better. Then it goes back to that lady that kept coming under open forum years ago, saying how she was their big corporations were coming and buying up these mobile home parks and then changing the rate structure and stuff. And that's what you were talking about, rate stabilization. And that's what her focus was. And I remember her constantly talking to you, the Board of Supervisors, about how important this was to this type of individual with limited income, and certainly important to for her life. I mean, her whole standard of life was dependent upon it. So anyway, that's my comment from a general perspective.
Thank you, Chris.
Hi, Gay Williard from the Fuller Sunset, or I guess it's.
It's not Fuller anymore, right?
Yeah, it's not Fuller Sunset anymore. But anyway, I've lived there for 20 years. I was the manager for 10 years. I never got called for this committee, and I was wondering why. Because I would love to.
The working group is where we would want to have you involved, okay, is the working group element of it under the
It
community
is?
foundation. Yes.
Okay, because I really would. Because the rent stabilization, it's not working. It really isn't.
Yeah.
And I mean, when I was manager, all the residents did not want to come to me. But now that I'm no longer manager, I can't keep them away. And it's like, I want to do something other than stay home. So anyway, it's not working in El Dorado Hills. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, back to the board.
So I'd like to make a motion to place Wendy and John on the ad hoc committee. As discussed.
You didn't want to be on it, did you, George?
Unless.
Well, it's, I think
You need
these.
to- Yes or no, let's go.
Well, hey, just a minute. Let me say something first, okay? I would love to be on that, but I think that Wendy and John have worked on this, for quite a while now. And he knows more what's going on than I do because they've had these meetings, these special meetings and stuff with people. And, I would love to be on it, but I think John, I think he would be better filled because he has a lot more knowledge of what's going on right now, because him and Wendy have worked on this for a while. And if he wants me to be an alternate, I would love to be an alternate if he can't step in. So anyway, that's what I got to say. Okay.
And I would like to continue just because of the experience I've had in the last 3 years of looking at this particular situation. And I do think it's very focused. And I do believe the Community Foundation, the working group, are going to do the massive amount of work, and there will be regular report out of that. The Community Foundation has a great website where all this information is on there. And I think one of the things we can do as board members is go out there periodically and look at what the status is on some of these things, because that rent survey they had planned on conducting and stuff, I think is huge. And that goes way beyond just mobile home parks. That's all rents. The collection of that data is going to be very important with how we address our RENA numbers and where are the opportunities to look at how do we improve our ability to put in affordable housing, the very low income, which is obviously the toughest, the low income, those two categories in particular. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think CDAC is going to play a major role in that. This is kind of a microcosm of that whole segment of affordable housing. So that's kind of the way I look at it, but it's up to the board. Wendy definitely needs to be on it. That's a given. So,
and I would love to be an alternate, just in case you can't make it or whatever.
So given the proposed structure of this ad hoc committee, I would not recommend appointment of an alternate because that could risk including a quorum of the board in the participation with this commission. So I would recommend that you stick with 2 members if this is your intent. And if at some point in the future, there's a desire to change membership, that could certainly be done. But I think that 2 members would keep you consistent with the Brown Act for allowing this committee to move forward without having to comply with notice and other Brown Act requirements.
Okay.
So if everyone's comfortable with that, I'll stay with that motion.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I'll
just
second it
quick
then.
County council question, I guess, is for what I find on these ad hocs and these subcommittees and stuff is really hard sometimes to follow what's going on. So is it appropriate for them in to and froms to just give a brief book of what they've been doing or when meetings are so that it's transparent? Because a lot of times these ad hocs are really difficult to keep up with, and but they're talking about items that concern all of us.
Right.
So is that an appropriate to and from
Certainly,
thing?
yeah, I think that it could be something that's in to and froms. I think it also, I heard it discussed that there's a proposal to have this ad hoc committee come back to the board with a more formal presentation, which is also a perfectly fine way to address the progress that the ad hoc committee's made.
I like it. I like it.
I like it too. And
Good
I
idea.
think we have done that up to this point where we didn't have an ad hoc. Both Wendy and I have tried to report out what the net results were of the town hall that was held and some of those follow-up conversations. So yeah, I just see that continuing. So
I like that. And I appreciate you guys bringing this as to formalize it as an ad hoc. I had concerns all along that it wasn't. And so I actually appreciate this formality of it. Thank you very much for doing that.
Needed to happen. Yeah.
Another thing, I think it's a good idea that you do bring this in to and from, so that way at least some of my constituents would know what's going on and how you guys are working on that.
And again, the foundation website as an area that deals with this particular subject matter. All the questions have been asked to date, the results of the meetings, the video that Carla took, even though it's segmented because of issues that happened, all that information is out there. So that's what we keep referring people back to, is that community website, or community foundation website. So
that's fine.
Okay.
All right, with that, I think we had a motion. Did we clarify who had a
second
second?
right here.
Second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And I think let's try to do 22 and then we can move on then to our 11 a.m. time allocation. So 22, Kim.
Item 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider a request from the city of Placerville to appoint 2 members of the board to participate in discussions with 2 members of the city council to discuss issues relating to homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'll introduce this item and then turn it over to the board for discussion. In addition to what's in the staff report, I just wanted to remind the board that earlier in the year when we set our 2x2s, between conversations I had with the city manager and others as well, we made the conscious decision not to establish a 2x2 between the county and the city of Placerville at that time. And instead, the agreement was if a specific issue came up, we would have that conversation of should it be handled by staff or should a 2x2 be established to discuss that specific topic. Until then, an issue hasn't come up. Early last week, I received the request. It is attached from the city to have a 2x2 to discuss some concerns they have with homelessness in city limits. And so that matters now before you to consider that request and move forward from there.
If I may, I'd
Yes,
like
please.
to weigh in
Yeah.
on this. I appreciate, and I know this gets kind of tricky, and because I know my husband has been appointed to this 2x2, but just wanted everyone to know that before I took my seat on this board, we've been extremely cautious, and I have always err on the side of caution of making sure that if Dennis and I were to serve on a committee or a 2x2 together, that there wasn't a conflict of interest. And we vetted this through our county council as well as the city attorney. And if it's on an issue basis, that we don't stand to benefit financially. A 2x2 is not a decision-making body. It is just there to discuss an issue, a topic at hand, and then to report back to our respective boards for potential action. And what has surfaced and why this has come forward is that you may know the city of Placerville did a workshop, I think it was last week when we had a board meeting on, they are extremely concerned given the drought conditions this year of fires in the city of Placerville that may arise from illegal homeless camping. And it's a concern every year. Every year, the city of Placerville has fires that break out. And this year, there's just an extreme concern. And so they are looking at short-term, what can be done in the short term to manage this fire season, given the critical drought that we're in. And so that's what they're wanting to discuss. I would like to participate in this. I've served on, I've been in this arena and for 10 years. I've served on the COC board. Homeless issues also get back to mental health resources. I serve on the Behavioral Health Commission and all that. Also, this is kind of interesting. Dennis and I are always very, very careful, never ever to betray any closed session confidence, but issues of community concern, we chat about. And this is something we've been talking about for 10 years. And so actually by serving on this 2x2 together, it's actually, less of a chance of conflict with our staff and other board members there, because this is just an issue of community concern. So I would like to serve on it, but also I, of course, would like to hear my fellow board members concerns. So.
One of the things I want to say, sorry, Lori, if I interrupted. No, go ahead. I'm all right. Okay. Well,
I don't see any red buttons here, but go ahead. District 4B. Okay, District 4.
Good call, John.
Go ahead.
Well, this is an interesting, this has so many parts to it.
Yep.
Number one, we just talked about an ad hoc committee. This is a 2x2. I have never liked 2x2s ever. I feel they're less transparent than ad hocs. And I'm not really sure if that's the better way to go. I mean, they're less transparent, there's no doubt about it. And that, I can't remember if I was on the board or a member of the public at a good governance meeting, one of the first ones perhaps, and a couple showed up and they wanted to know about some Placerville topics, I think it was, that were happening in 2x2. And there was no information for those folks. The room went dead silent and there was no follow-up. And that right there solidified my concerns about 2x2s, the transparency and the inclusiveness. And on an issue like this, that's countywide, I'm really concerned about limiting it to just the county and the city. And I hear what you're saying, that this is a city issue specifically. So I'm trying to figure out how to address this that makes sense, that everyone feels included, because we're already on this path to address homelessness. And I kind of feel that we should get an update on where we're on our path first, because we were, in my mind, I remember last year we were rocking it. And then COVID just put the skids on everything. And I do remember, I specifically asked if we could accelerate our, I think we did as a board, maybe too, we asked to accelerate that strategic plan and get it going. And then, like I said, COVID made it, and we did make some other headway though during COVID and other places. So I'm concerned about sending off a small group of people to look at a certain thing that's a countywide issue. And we've already kind of set up a formal way to address this. So I'm concerned about, getting us off a path. And then how's the sheriff weighed in on this at all? Because he has the HOT team. And in my mind, they're the ones that are out there to address this. Has the HOT team been involved in this? Can we just maybe ask the HOT team to focus on this area until we get our strategic plan? And, we have all this money out there for this issue. I just feel that this is feels like a one-off, I guess, is the right way to explain it. And I don't want to throw off what we're working on. And is Don Simone even thinking of, and it's funny because we do get constituent inquiries about where we're at with homelessness all the time. And I'm thinking it would be nice if we just had a web page dedicated to where we are with things, how much we have allocated, where we're going to spend it, what's our path, who to call if there's an issue. I don't think we have that
Well, that's the role of EDOC COC, in my opinion. So, do we really want to venture into that space? Because they're the ones who are really controlling the development of that strategic plan. We're facilitating, but they're the ones who are really driving it, in my opinion. And
that's what I'm saying is
that's where the HOT team participates. That's where all.
Yep.
Right,
I think we need an update before we venture off on a little side road, is my thinking.
Okay. All right.
Let me jump in those words, and I share your concern. Recognize this is coming from the city of Placerville. This is to talk about this issue. Since we got this request, I have also had robust conversations with Don Simone, and I agree with you. From the county's lens, we don't want to do anything that will deviate or distract us from our strategic plan. Absolutely. In my mind, this is a communication. This is a opportunity for us to have just a dialogue with the city of Placerville to understand what their needs are, what they're looking for, and to explore is there anything the county can do or not, and then to bring that back to our respective boards. And it will depend on the conversation and what they're looking for. So it's just a conversation. It's not a development of a strategic plan. It's not to derail us from the process that we're already in. And we have chatted about, I believe there is a plan to come back for the board for us to understand where we are in homelessness with our homeless strategic plan.
I think Don Simone's on the line. Maybe he could comment. There he is.
There he is. Yeah.
Good morning.
Just in time, Don. Okay.
Good morning. I was Don Simone, Health and Human Services. I was trying to hold off as long as possible, but a couple of points. To Supervisor Thomas's comment, we are planning to come back to your board in August, probably late August, to do an update on homelessness. Been talking with the CA for about the last. So that is on the radar. Supervisor Heidel is also correct that the COC is heading up the strategic plan. Hope to have a draft of that sometime between October and December, in the next number of months, back to the board. And so I don't know if you guys had specific questions of me beyond that. Happy to answer those.
I guess, Don, the question I have is, this is a specific request from the city to deal with homelessness within the city limits. What has been your previous engagement in that discussion? Is there something the board can contribute to that? I guess I don't know, other than talking about funding support, those kinds of things. I don't know what the county could possibly do, not having been engaged in the discussion. But from your perspective, what's the advantage of moving forward with what's on the agenda tonight or this afternoon? Actually, it's this morning still.
It's
this morning.
So what I'm hearing is a couple things. One, this is mainly coming from a fire danger concern. And we really, I'm not engaged in heavy discussions around fire danger in the city. And so there may be some planning, some discussion that the 2x2 could help address some of that. We have had a number of discussions with the city in the last few months. We put in together for CDBG funding, their 400,000 or 1.8 million for potential of a future project. So we've been talking about that. Also, what I'm hearing potentially is this could be the city, and we've had some discussion about this. This could be the city kind of wanting to team up on an ARPA request. So in that sense, it would be timely to have a discussion around what that vision might look like if they're looking to partner on an ARPA request. As you guys discussed in the item before, our requests are due to the CAO's office by the end of this month. So some sort of a discussion, at least between now and maybe early to mid-August, might flesh that out to see if there is an ARPA request that we want to submit with the city. So again, I think fire danger issue and then ARPA request might be why this is coming up right now, is my thought.
Mr. Ashton, do you have any further clarification on that since you were, I guess, interacting with the city on this one?
I have not been interacting with the city on this one. All I received was that letter.
Okay,
So,
all right.
And I
very good.
guess maybe my concerns are, the letter is one thing, but the Mountain Democrat article that talked about, that covered the city's discussion in their meeting is completely, it sounds like they already know what they want, and it's talking about managed homeless camps. And so if that's where they're headed, and if that's the direction they want to go, I think this whole board should talk about that first as a way to address the fire. Because if they're wanting to find other sites to move folks off of Broadway immediately, that's what this article coverage indicates. I don't think a 2x2 is the best way to talk about something like that when it's already been kind of discussed and decided. It was a 4-to-1 vote by the city. So does that make sense? It feels like it's almost,
so
their discussions predetermine what they
Right.
want to do. And maybe we should just talk about that first before we even do a 2x2.
Well, I think the purpose of a 2x2 is to have a discussion to really understand where they're at following their discussion, and then to see if or how the county interfaces with that or not, and then to bring it back to our board for a discussion. And so it is not a decision-making moment as far as a 2x2.
And I get that, but in my mind, the letter didn't, the letter seems pretty benign. But the article about what was really talked about at the meeting is very specific. My concern is that I want to make sure if we're going to have a 2x2, we know what we're actually sending people off to talk about. Are we talking about these managed homeless camps? And my understanding from this article is that the city council talked about placing them all over our county in several places, several districts. And it's like, that's a countywide issue that a 2x2, I don't think should go off and talk about without the board talking about
That would be a
it first.
policy issue from this board. which,
Right.
Yes.
Well, why even spend time sending people off to talk about something that our board hasn't even considered? I'm very concerned about this. And so I think it's premature. Plus, again, has the sheriff weighed in on this? Because this is kind of in his wheelhouse in my mind. Have we heard from the sheriff on this topic at all?
I don't know if the city is engaged with the sheriff because this is in the city limits with the Placerville Police Department.
But I think there's a partnership.
Yes, there's the hot team,
So
absolutely.
maybe, I still think this is premature and we should look into some of these other things first, definitely.
So let's go to other board comment. District 2 is next.
One of the concerns I have is I think the board should work with the city. I think all the city councilmen and all the board members here to work together, because this is a real critical problem in our county right now, especially in our city too. And especially when we have these problems with, the fire dangers, a big, like Don Simone was talking about. And one of the big issues, I cleaned a camp up that was in right up there in Cameron Park, and it was really bad, real bad. I mean, but the county property that's adjacent to it's even worse, 3 times or 4 times worse. So there's a lot of issues, and I just don't think it should be just coordinated with just a 2x2. I think everybody should be involved, and I think it should be open to the public for discussion too, because a lot of the public knows about a lot of the stuff that's going on in our county and where a lot of these homeless camps are. So I personally think that we should work together as one, the county and the board of supervisors, the city and the board of supervisors, to clarify this and we can handle this. I had a 12-step program to solve the homeless problem that we had, and I still have that. And I'd like to present that one of these days to the board and see how you feel about it. But this is a real critical issue, and I don't think it should be just up to 2 people, or 4 people to be able to decide what's going on, even though, but maybe it might work or not, but I still think it should be open to the public so we can get the public input. but I think every one of the board members should be involved and every one of the city council should be involved.
You're
And we
talking
can
about a
work
joint
it-
meeting.
A joint
To
meeting.
do it
Exactly.
for the Brown Act, it's got to be a
Right.
joint meeting. So that's a
Right.
different approach, but okay.
Yeah. that's
Appreciate
how I
your
feel.
thoughts on that. District 5.
Yeah, so the whole idea of a 2x2, I love 2x2s because it's a nice informal way to start a discussion. There are no decisions being made at a 2x. That's the necessary part of a 2x2. To me, it's kind of like going to a conference where you sit down, you chat with others that have similar issues, and you just start the conversation off. Again, very informal. But there's no decision making within that. It never has been in the ones I've ever been in, whether it's in the city of Placerville or city of South Lake Tahoe. It's always just an opener, as you
Well,
would say.
other than staff maybe recommending we can send you data or let's work together.
But it-
Staff has certain things that come out of it.
Because we've already done this, George. We did do a joint meeting with Placerville,
Mhm.
sat down and specifically had a conversation, 3 or 4 hours, I believe it was, about homelessness. Not that that we can't do that, and I think it is important, but this is just an opener, and I really truly do like the 2x2s for that, because it just allows for a freer conversation. Nothing gets decided. If there's something that we decide, gee, we need to have that discussion, then you bring it to the both boards and you have it. But we know how long it takes to have those discussions, to set those up, to set up a formalized agenda and have a dual meeting. It's not something you do overnight, and yet a 2x2, you can sit down and just chat freely and not make a decision, but understand where that other group is coming from. At least kind of get that feel, that idea. And so I think they're very important, and I really appreciate them and enjoy. And again, not making a decision, but just having that beginning conversation to be able to have staff say, oh, here's 4 or 5 issues, whatever it is, and then bring it back to our boards, our prospective boards, and say, here's what we're finding. So
Right.
it is absolutely not a decision-making.
And I totally understand what you're saying. It's just that the city council already had a meeting and already made decisions of where they want to go.
Well,
They did.
Yeah.
And so it's like, in my mind, we as a board should talk about, do we want to go where they want to go? Because
Sure.
it is a policy decision based on it was a 4-1 vote. They already decided where they want to go. And if it's an urgent matter about fire, I really think talking to the sheriff and the hot team would be a better approach, because that could be immediate. And it sounds like this is an immediate.
It is.
need.
I think time is of the essence. And I do think it's important to recognize that the city of Placerville, the city of South Lake Tahoe doesn't have a health and human services, department. That Health and Human Services is the agency for both the cities as well. And now homelessness is not a mandate. I think that's important for us to recognize, but I think this is just an opportunity for the city to explore, are we on our own here? Or are there any options here? And it's for us to then come back to our board and say, you know what? We don't want to deviate from our strategic plan, or there are some opportunities here where we can assist you in your journey forward. It's just an opportunity, like Sue said, to have some of those informal discussions to see, are there areas of collaboration and overlap?
Yeah, and I think in the meantime, of course, the city's, absolutely within their bailiwick to say, we need to decide something today. But that's a separate, in my mind, that's a separate process. Where we go, where they go, where we collaborate is just, it's again, starting this opening conversation and collaboration, and then moving on to more formalized, should we decide, hey, let's try to do this together. So, I think there's a need for both processes, frankly, in my mind. Again, I appreciate the 2i2 because I've worked on them for 7 years, and I think there's a lot of opening conversations that have moved forward to the more form. I believe that's how we ended up with doing our joint meeting, and say, we're going, hey, we all need to get together, both of our boards, and have this joint meeting. And that was kind of a good precipitous for us to be able to get there, was to start with the 2x2 and then go into the formal. Just in my mind, it's a good process. But I get
One of the things that I want to say on that is okay, so you have these 2x2 meetings and stuff. When are you going to present it to the board? Is it going to be a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks down the road when it presents to the board? This is an emergency, especially when you're talking about fires. It's very, very crucial right now.
Time critical.
Right,
It is.
exactly.
It is.
And I think with both groups working together, when you have this city council working together with the county board members, we can get more things done quickly instead of waiting. Because right now it's very critical.
So am I hearing this board saying that you'd rather have a workshop on this and in the next couple of weeks, now recognizing that our CAO is gone, you know? And
Oh, it'll be fine.
I think we should put something together. This is very, very critical.
It is a
right now.
critical issue. It is a
You know,
critical
and
issue.
I think working together with the city and stuff, we need to get this done right away. Because I don't want to wait 2 or 3 weeks. What if we have a horrific fire?
I know it concerns all of us, George. Yeah,
Exactly.
it concerns all
And
of us.
especially when we were out there working and cleaning this one particular area, we got a lot of concerns with a lot of trash. And some of these homeless camps are just, it's unbelievable how
I've
much
cleaned them
trash
up
there
too.
is.
Yeah.
And you know
Yeah, I
what I'm
do.
talking
I
about,
do.
Whitney. So I think that's what we need to work on that real quick.
Yeah, and normally a 2x2 is a multi-topic ongoing committee. Once you
Right.
start it, you can change membership, but it deals with multiple topics. This seems to be focused on an urgent,
Matter.
single matter, which I think is either better done through a joint meeting with the city council or done through an ad hoc committee, which takes longer.
Right.
And
So
we don't
if
have
we really
time.
want to
We
bring
don't
this
have
to a
time.
head quickly, I think we're talking a joint meeting, but then how quickly that can get scheduled, that's the dependent factor.
Let's have the two Dons weigh in on this perhaps.
And before, if I could just maybe offer some clarification under the Brown Act about what we're talking about, because
Yes.
similar to it's really similar to the discussion we had with the last item. The Brown Act in no way uses the term 2x2. It doesn't
Right.
even use the term ad hoc committee. Those are kind of the colloquial terms that we use to describe what the Brown Act allows when less than a quorum of a body gets together to discuss a specific issue amongst themselves. Now, the Attorney General has opined that if a body appoints 2 members to meet with 2 members of another body, so long as it's constituted as essentially 2 separate, I'll use the term ad hoc committee because that's essentially what you're doing, 2 separate committees that are meeting to discuss an issue of mutual concern for a limited duration, that would be just like the ad hoc committee you formed with your last item, and a committee that is not otherwise subject to the Brown Act's requirements. However, if you're forming amongst those 2 from each body, a single unitary commission that may have ongoing jurisdiction over a matter and may have a regular meeting schedule, may appoint, chair or vice chair, things of that nature, that you've essentially formed a separate committee that would be subject to the Brown Act. So I don't think you should get hung up on the terminology as 2x2
Right.
or ad hoc. What I would suggest is, kind of set that aside. I think what you're talking about is having 2 members talk to the city council, 2 similarly assigned 2 members about this issue. I'm not trying to distract from the conversation about whether this conversation might be a better one to have amongst the entire bodies. I still think that's something you need to decide. But I started to start here, maybe the conversation getting a little too focused on the terminology. I don't think you need to worry about that.
Well, public participation is the difference because
Yeah.
typically in a 2x2, you don't have a lot of public participation. You do with an ad hoc. As it gets agendized typically.
No,
Yeah, you
no.
don't have
So
to.
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
So
It
if
doesn't
you,
have to, but oftentimes we do.
Right.
again, I don't want to get too hung up on the terminology because in each case that you're describing that whether we're calling it an ad hoc or a 2x2, what you are essentially doing as a body is appointing 2 members
Right.
to have discussions
Less than a
about that issue.
quorum.
You're certainly correct. There's nothing to preclude you from involving the public in those meetings, but if done in that fashion, the Brown Act would not require public participation in those. So again, I don't want the conversation to be driven by the terminology. I think that substantively, I think the debate here is to whether to have the conversation take place initially through 2 members of this body and 2 members of that other body, or to initiate the conversation through a meeting of the entire bodies. I think that's what I'm hearing is the main decision point. So I would try to, again, the terminology really shouldn't dictate the outcome here.
Very good. Thank
Tom,
you
what
for
do
that.
you
Well, so from a timing standpoint, yes, the most difficult thing we have, and we establish joint meetings with the full boards and full city councils, full city council is the logistics, getting everyone available. I need to remind you, this is meeting 1 of 4 in the next 7 days you guys have. So the soonest it could be would be Wednesday, the 21st. And I'll leave it to Don Simone to talk if he's even ready programmatically to discuss it. I also, I think the sheriff's office needs to have some input into this. I agree with Supervisor Parlin on that. And so his availability or his team's availability would be critical as well. It's, Zoom makes it easier for people's availability because they don't have to, I recognize you don't have to travel very far from the city of Placerville, but just if you have a meeting right before, you can just log on, or if people are out of town, they can participate remotely. So you have some flexibility there. But that's the logistic part. I'll ask Don Simone to talk about how much time he would need to be prepared to have the programmatic discussion, and especially if it does go down the path of what's mentioned in the Mountain Democrat article of setting up and managing these homeless camps. I'll go out on them a little bit. I don't see how he could possibly get those set up and managed appropriately within the next 2 months. I just don't see how that can be done.
No way. No.
Don?
So, yeah, couple things. I don't think I fully understand yet, which would be a benefit of a 2x2 situation. I don't think I fully understand yet what exactly the city wants to do. And if we're coming from a fire danger perspective, then Health and Human Services may have a supporting role in something with respect to how we would come in and support whatever the city wanted to do. But I don't know that. And I'm a little concerned about if we have this joint meeting and that becomes the avenue that I'm finding out kind of where this is going, then I'm trying to problem solve on my feet at a public meeting. It would be good for me to have a little bit of time to better understand what the city wants, and then be able to come to the city and or the board with some potential solutions. But again, if it's fire danger, I don't know that Health and Human Services is equipped at all to address the primary concern. The other thing that references, and I agree with, is programmatically, how quickly could we respond? If I knew what the problem was, and it was well defined today, as I said, we're moving towards a homeless update toward maybe the end of August. I really need that time for staff to be able to put all those pieces together to do that. So for me, it would be ideal if I knew what the problem was and we were moving towards, let's say, a mid-October or mid-August discussion. I also understand the concerns about the fire danger and that might compete against the city's interests. I'm just not aware of exactly what it is I'm problem solving for yet.
Oh, no, is there any way to do this parallel? Is set up a meeting date that we can all work on and try to get a collaborative meeting together with the city. And then in the meantime, meet with 2x2, make sure that exactly what Don's saying is that we have the right department working on it, number one, or if we need to bring somebody else in, that we at least kind of get that analysis working before the meeting so that they're not talking on it, because that does not help us at all if we've got the wrong department head in there.
We need to understand what the specific ask is of the city. We do not have clarity on that.
Yeah.
So this article is not where they're headed. Is
Well,
that correct? 'Cause
What is the
this
county's
a-
role in that? That's
this
the
is a
question.
Policy issue.
What's in the letter? And the
Yeah.
letter is
What's-
not very definitive.
what is-
so.
The letter is different than what they talked about, and that's my concern. This is huge.
Well, the city could go off and do that. They could do that on themselves. So what is the ask of the county? That's what the 2x2 is about.
And don't you think the public would want to know if we're talking about going in this direction? Because this has been an issue in the past.
Sure, it has. Sure, it has. This is what I see an initial discussion on a 2x2, a one meeting discussion. And then we report back to our boards, and I would bring whoever was on the 2x2 to come back to our board to say, this is the outcome of the 2x2. This is, this is how, if there are then policy decisions that need to be made, then absolutely it would come before the board as an outcome of that 2x2. But we just need to have an additional discussion to understand what the city is looking at from the county.
Can I make a suggestion? I liked where Supervisor Novacell was
So did
kind
I.
of going with this.
Set
a 2x2 for one meeting,
One meeting, yeah.
but also have the joint board city council meeting scheduled. So we could arguably have that joint,
I like that.
one 2x2 this week.
Right.
We could cancel it if there's nothing
And then
to
we can
discuss,
cancel
right? So-
the joint meeting if we need to.
Right.
But Kim can start working with
that.
the city clerk
too.
to get that scheduled in the next 2 weeks. And then if after the 2x2, staff come back and the board members come back and say, this just can't be done. We don't have the meeting that allows us to move forward. That might be a good compromise, a middle ground and that way it addresses the concern of no policy issues lingering out there that haven't been discussed with the public.
And my thinking is that if it truly is about fire danger, which is what this is being called, saying this is why we need this, I really think that the fire district and the sheriff should be involved in this conversation.
I agree.
Would you like them involved in the single meeting 2x2?
Yeah, because supposedly that's the
Invite them to
urgency.
attend.
If that's truly what this is about, is fire danger, those two agencies should definitely be involved. Otherwise, what's the point of the conversation?
Yeah, and
With the
just so
Placerville Police
when we do 2x2s, we generally do bring in staff that we think might
Right, as
have
applicable.
need a
Right.
conversation.
Well, that's
Yeah.
fine, but I want to make sure
So-
that happens
So
because we're being
basically, what
told
you're
that's what it's for.
stating is like Sue was talking about, a parallel joint meeting in Pacific, and have the sheriffs involved in the fire department,
The
the head of
2x2.
2x2. And then we can also schedule a joint session with
Right.
the city
So-
and with the county board members.
Yeah, so we don't lose time.
I like
Yeah.
that.
And if we don't need, and then if we get clarification before that, then we really don't even need that meeting.
Right.
I like it.
Well,
And during the,
we're going to get an update anyway on the homeless.
yeah, we
program,
would,
right?
we would have an
So-
update on the strategic plan and where we're heading with that at that joint meeting. So we all are on the same page. Is that what you're also looking at?
No, because Don isn't going to have it. He's not going to
That's
be
the
ready
one
in
in
time.
August.
No, it won't be ready.
So that'd be the second in the sequence of,
Okay.
we have to a joint
This should
meeting.
be a good place just to get that input on where we
Right.
think.
Yeah.
we might
That's
go.
where we get
that's
the
a good
public
And
input.
staff direction.
But if we could try to get the 2x2 set this week, and that's ambitious, but then the
Yeah.
2x2 members could give an update in to and froms at Tuesday's board meeting.
Absolutely.
And then I'll work with county council and Dave to figure out how we would agendize and schedule the joint meeting.
Right.
But that
So let's talk about who wants to be on the 2x2, because we need to take public comment. And I think it's important to try to establish some premise for that before we get to the public comment. So Wendy, you definitely want to be on
I
it.
would.
I'm interested, but I'm not hard driven to do it. If District 2 or District 4 or District 5 want to participate in that 2x2.
Done my part. I've done my part. Let's-
That would be fine with me. So District 2 or District 4, do you have a strong interest in participating in that one 2x2 meeting?
Nope.
All right, then I'm willing to do it if nobody else wants to, and we'll leave it at that before we take public input, and then we'll come back to the board. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
'Cause I like Sue's suggestion of parallel path. I think that gets us the
Right.
most
Gets us there.
Yeah.
effective and quick way to deal with it. So public comment, Kim, if you'd open it up.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, related to this item. First of all, it's a letter, I believe that you're acting on. It's not the newspaper article. Though the newspaper article shows some sensitivity to time, we're talking about some seasonal issues related to fire. As you see, I brought my Patterson Ranch Fire Safety Council hat today. And I wear it all the time just to remind people that don't do something stupid and work your best on making sure that we're fire safe. And that's what we're doing. What bothers me most, though, Supervisor Thomas, is that you aren't the city. Yet the city is not here, and I don't know that they're participating in the Zoom. Yet that's their letter that is involved with this action. So one, I wish the city was here, because then there could be some dialogue in terms of why we feel it's important. 2x2, I'm not against 2x2. I think they're effective, and I think they could happen. Okay, all right, so
They're on Zoom.
they'll be participating. I think that's a critical part. And I just wish they would have been earlier, then I would come up here and not be foolish. But the notion of fire safety goes back years and years and years, as you know, Supervisor, at Hangtown Haven. And I was there at the city council when it got shut down. It got shut down for technical reasons. It got shut down for administrative reasons. But again, we're now talking about managed homeless camps and stuff, which is kind of reminds me that we're going back in time and we've already done some of this and we know whether it works or not. But the things have been kind of out of control, especially with the dryness and campfires and stuff, because typically campfires go with homeless camps. American River Bikeway, Parkway in Sacramento. It seems like every night there's a fire. And where the fire gets started? Homeless camp. So we're a tinderbox ready to go up. So that's 2 by 2 is really not the mechanism you should have as a board of supervisor. It should be public safety. It's almost kind of like an emergency situation in terms of what's going on. And we got to do what we need to do immediately. Goes to your point. This isn't something that we can put off and discuss for weeks and weeks and months and try to figure our schedule. It's not that. This is a critical time and it needs that sensitivity. I don't think it's an HHSA issue, honestly. Though, is homelessness part of that? Yeah, it is part of that, but not this particular letter in my mind. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Chris. I'm not seeing any other members of the public present, so stepping forward. So go ahead and Kim, Zoom.
Now taking public comment from the city of Placerville.
Good morning, members of the board. This is Cleve Morris, city manager for the city of Placerville. Thank you for the opportunity. I apologize, I'm not there in your board chambers, so timing of the meeting, et cetera. But I just wanted to stress that the main purpose of this is hopefully to get something started. But we realize we're starting late on this and trying to get something done by this fall. I know that's a huge reach, and I won't deny and say that it is possible, because I recognize the problems with getting that done that quickly. But I do want to stress that one of the thoughts that we had, and one of the things we mentioned, if we don't get it done, we should still continue forward this fall and continue with it. And hopefully we can get something done before next year, because we have a fire season every year that we have to worry about. So with that, I do think I agree with the direction you're taking. We also talked about having a joint meeting. However, I think having these initial discussions on a smaller scale with staff and 2 by 2 makes sense to put together a better outline of what direction we are going. I do want to emphasize our focus on this as both public fire safety and public health. We think there's sanitation and public health issues that need to be carefully looked at in what we're doing. Why does this come up now? As you know, during the COVID pandemic, we have been basically standing back and allowing the homeless to camp on public facilities and not trying to move them. We're starting to come out of that now. We hope we continue to come out of that. We're in better shape. And we think it's time to look at something that can help us move this forward. And I recognize what you're doing with the strategic plan. I'm in touch with Don Simone on that. I appreciate what Don has done and keeping us informed. We just think maybe there may be parallel tracks in terms of short-term solutions and long-term solutions. And we feel that perhaps the strategic plan will more address long-term solutions than it will short-term solutions. And so we're looking at things that can be started hopefully immediately, things that we can do in working with conjunction with the county. As you know, we already contributed our portion of the ARPA CDBG fund, or not ARPA, but CDBG CV funds of a little over $400,000 to assist in the purchase of a home key program hotel. And we support that and we want to continue forward with that. So we're anxious to have these discussions go forward and continue, and we're open to working with you on trying to find solutions. So thank you.
Thank you, Cleve.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, back to the board for action here.
We're done with discussion. I don't know how everyone feels, but I will put forth a motion to create an ad hoc committee that will meet with them in a timely manner, say within the next week, if that's possible. And at the same time, ask that we meet with the city, or excuse me, that we talk with the city of Placerville about creating a joint meeting as soon as possible on the topic of homelessness and especially the fire and other issues that have been brought up.
You want to nominate members for the 2x2?
And I would love to nominate Wendy and John onto that 2x2 as included within my motion.
Supervisor Novosel, did you
Yeah.
also want to include that if they do meet this week, that they'll provide an update to the board on the July 20th meeting?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. Can I second that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Any further discussion before we take the vote? Okay, we're going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we have 1 no and 4 ayes, so motion passes. Thank you. And I think now we want to move to our 11 a.m. time allocations. And so the first one is number 24. Kim, if you'd read that, please.
Item 24 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the 2021 traffic impact fee schedule annual update. Supervisor Heidel, could you please open the public hearing?
Yep, I hereby open the public hearing for this item. So with that, DOT, I guess, Natalie, are you going to lead us off here?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Yes, it's still morning. Chair Heidel and supervisors, I'm Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation, and we're here this morning to discuss our annual update to the traffic impact fee program schedule, consistent with our ordinance 5045 and general plan implementation policy TC-B. So which requires that we annually adjust by an increase or decrease by either actual project cost or by the engineering news record building cost index as appropriate, and that the fees shall be set and updated by resolution adopted by the board, which is attached to your Legistar item. And I did want to point out that because we just adopted the major update in December, I did not do the ENR adjustment for the 3 months because I would have started calculating this in March and it would have been like a 3-month inflation adjustment. So I did not do that for all of the projects. There was a question that asked what that was, and it would have been just a 1.6% or 1.55% increase in cost. So I didn't think it was worthwhile to do that for the remainder of the projects. And we just adjusted the projects that are currently in design or in pre-construction phase. And so in the staff report, staff memo, I do talk about the projects that had the biggest impact, and that was the Cameron Park Drive widening project that we did add in the signal cost for the intersection of Cameron Park Drive and Hacienda. And on the Green Valley Road widening project that inadvertently they added a raised median to that project. So we removed that, and that is why the fees in zone A went down. And then the other big one was the Highway 50 at El Dorado Hills Boulevard interchange final phase cost estimate has been adjusted by our design group, and that was included in here. So if you do adopt this today, the new fees will go into effect in 60 days unless they are challenged. And if you have any questions for me?
Questions from the board?
No, I appreciate that explanation about the ENR rate, because that was what I was going to ask you about, but I get it now. So thank you for that. Putting that up front and center. Good job.
Natalie, I have one question, and that is on the removal of the raised median on Green Valley Road. I've always looked at raised medians as a safety factor, even if they aren't landscaped, et cetera. But so we're saying it's really not a way to prevent people from drifting into a head-on collision, that the raised median is not something that from a safety perspective is considered to be a priority?
It's not necessary. And this portion of Green Valley Road, right, is from Francisco to just east of
Right,
Silver
it's a short
Valley.
segment, yes.
Right, it's a short segment, and the raised median kind of stops right now at the other side, of Francisco. And it could be a safety issue, but right now, you know, we'd be coming out of the more rural areas into the more, into El Dorado Hills, which is, you know, in the community region part of it. And it just seemed more in keeping with the more rural area as a transition area versus the community region area. But you can always tell us to put it back in. You know, we can always do that too, if that's the board's desire. So it just seemed that some of the constituents had commented on it seemed inappropriate to have a raised median in that area. So, but if the board desires, we can always add it back in.
This, I know we don't get many opportunities to do these things, and when we take something out of the TIF program, you know, CIP project scope item, we probably will never get back to being able to put that in within reasonable time frame, and that's the reality check. So I'm not aware of any constituent inputs on this particular one relative to the raised median is not desirable. In general, I think that does provide a safety element, but that's just my perspective, and I'm not a transportation engineer or anything else. It just seems like it's a preferred way to prevent head-on collisions. People hit that median, they're tend to gonna pull back on the steering wheel, and maybe they stay on their side of the road because a lot of head-on collisions are catastrophic. There's, you know,
Yes,
the energy involved. Somebody's going to be severely injured, if not killed, with head-on collisions. And that's the one thing I think the raised median helps. And I recognize we can't landscape things, but to me, it's a benefit overall. And it's just a question of, is this particularly short segment the start of something that would extend if Green Valley Road gets widened broader perspective, you know, beyond where Silver Valley Parkway's connection is? Would that be a continuation then? And that's the only question that I want to raise on it, because I personally would prefer to leave it in, because I think it long haul, in terms of long range planning, we will look back and say, boy, I'm glad we did that. But yeah, that's a forecast. That's a, you know, personal opinion. It's not something that I can base it on. So
well, one of the things, and I agree with you, John, because I've driven that one part of it, and especially with the excessive speeds that are in that particular area, but also I just think it's, what is the cost factor? What is it going to cost us? We end up putting it back. So I think it's cheaper. It's just to keep her, as the old saying is, you know, everybody has said that before. So I think it's probably better that we just leave it alone for right now.
Is that $4 million? Is that
3.5 roughly, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's how long? What segment is it? It's from where to where?
Francisco to Silver Valley Parkway.
How far is that? It's only
3/4 of a mile, half a mile, something. It's a relatively short distance.
very short. and
It's in our
green,
CIP.
right?
I just don't remember what it is.
4 million.
Exactly.
4 million for that? What the what?
That's why I say it's just better just to leave it alone.
I know, it's like, what?
Do you agree?
Well, have we had accidents? Is there data in that stretch of road that warrants that kind of?
It's an interesting question, because normally I like to keep these things in.
I don't know the accident history in that
Right.
segment of the road. And Natalie, I'm not sure if you have anything that would tell us if there have been head-on type collisions or collisions that people wandering across the lane.
Let me see if we had any in the recent years. Hold on.
I do know the traffic on Green Valley Road continues to increase.
does,
And I
it
do
does.
know the more
Sure.
distractions that we present to people, the more high the likelihood. And the other thing is people are just exceeding the speed everywhere.
That's true.
That seems to be a growing thing. And that's when you don't have the reaction time to correct yourself. And
Correct.
sometimes a buffer, i.e. a center median, gives you that need to correct, and you stay in your lane as opposed to going into the other lane. But you know, it's hard to weigh what the safety aspect of that is. What is a net improvement? I think it's a benefit, but is it worth 3.5 million? I don't know. But again,
Especially when it
these
comes to the
are
cost factors.
developer fees, TIF type of things. They're not.
Well, that area is
CIP.
gonna get developed at some point, all of that, so maybe we should be looking ahead that way, because we hardly ever get that opportunity.
That's true.
Right.
do
That's why.
so.
That's why I'm thinking I would prefer to leave it in, but I'm not, you know, the sole decision
that-
maker here. But
I think
Can't be widened, can it, Natalie, there?
Well, that was the issue, is part of the reason it's expensive is because there are associated right-of-way costs with the raised
Okay.
median. So that is part of the reason. It's not just, you know, the raised median cost.
That makes more sense, got it. Yeah, because it's fairly, it falls off on the sides there, so to
It's a
widen
bad
it.
shoulder.
Right, to widen it to accommodate the median. I see what you're, okay. But at the same time, if it's an opportunity for a safety project, we should probably keep it.
That's where I
I
am.
would say so.
So we want to take public comment, but are there any other board comments or questions at this point? Okay, send Kim, if you'd open it up for public input.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Okay, so I'm going to make the motion that with that one exception, that we approve staff's recommendation on this, but with the Green Valley Road widening, that we leave the raised median in, which gives us a better shoulder condition right of way, because I do think that traffic is only going to grow significantly as we see more development in the Bass Lake Road, Bass Lake area, Rescue area. I mean, that's where a lot of our planned growth is going to be, and Green Valley is a major corridor for that.
Right,
So
exactly.
that would be my motion to go ahead and approve it per staff's recommendation with that exception.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Me.
At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we've got it back to the board. Did you get that, Kim? Did you split the difference? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Now, we appreciate that.
And just to be clear for the
Yes.
board, so that will of course require that DOT revise the resolution that was presented to reflect the new cost
Accordingly,
estimates.
yes. Yep. So,
Okay, so then do I need to bring that back for them to look at the final resolution? That was going to be my question.
I think with the direction given that the minor change made to reflect the inclusion of the center median on that particular project and then update it with the cost, I think was approved by today's action.
Okay.
So once you make those changes, Natalie, then I think the resolution will be ready for signature by the board chairman.
Okay, all right.
thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification. Yep.
Thank you.
Very good. So we can move on then to item 25. Kim, if you would read that.
Item 25 comes from the clerk of the board recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction first reading of ordinance 5143 to repeal ordinance 4476, section 15, and ordinance 4591, which established and amended the membership of the Environmental Board of Appeals, and 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to July 20th, 21 for final passage, second reading. So just a little history. On April 6, 2021, in accordance with board policy A3, the board gave conceptual approval to repeal ordinance 4476, section 5, and ordinance 4591, which established and amended the membership of the Environmental Board of Appeals. The Environmental Board of Appeals was established in 1988 by ordinance 4476, section 15, to provide reasonable application and interpretations of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, El Dorado County Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, and the Tahoe Regional Plan as it pertains to the MOU. Ordinance 4591 amended ordinance 4476 to allow for the appointment of 2 alternate members to the Environmental Board of Appeals. The MOU has been updated and the Environmental Board of Appeals is no longer necessary. Staff have confirmed this with TRPA.
Very good. Thank you for that. So any questions from the board, comments at this point?
Yeah,
Yeah.
straightforward.
Seems like it. So
This is the second reading. We already did this
Yeah.
once, right?
yes, but
This is the
first reading has to come back.
Oh, we're going to continue too.
Right. So it's
Got
going to
it.
come back July 20th, if I remember right.
We talked about this already. for
I'll
some
move
reason.
Right. So Kim, what is it you're not telling us? We have to take public comment, but what is it you're not telling us? Okay.
It's all there.
Very good. So let's take public comment, please, on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 25, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then for those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
public comment from the boardroom. So any Zoom?
There's no public comment.
All right.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right. We have a motion moved in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So
Aye.
thank you. Very efficient with that. We are going to take our lunch break at this point. We will come back at 1 PM unless you wanted to start a closed session. Okay, we'll come back at 1 PM with our time allocation for open forum. We'll probably do items to and from then, and then CAO update, and then go into closed session for the afternoon for a series of closed session. Would we expect to come back into open session with action having to be taken when we do go to closed session? And we'll call it when we come back, but.
Yeah, I'm not aware of there being a need for a report out.
Okay, so we'll take that on when we get back at the 1 PM. Okay, so we're adjourned until, not adjourned, we're recessed until 1 PM when we have open forum.
Okay.
All right, very good. So yeah, board, if you need to open your mic, that's fine. So we are back from our lunch recess. It's 1 p.m. We do have a time allocation established for open forum at this point. So Kim, if you would please read how participants can contribute to open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. So anyone present who would like to address the board during open forum, you're welcome to come forward. And Kim, is the microphone on the podium? Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Ruth Michelson, and I've spoken to many over the phone, but today I'm here in person. I wanted to first apologize for making a mistake this morning about the sheriff situation. It's nice to know that's income and not expenditure. It was a little confusing the way it was presented, but when I looked at it further, I understood, so thank you. I'm here today to talk about the last meeting, when you had the mob of people here regarding the masks. I don't know if you looked at the statistics from yesterday. We have 44 new cases. We have 11 in the hospital. 4 of them are in the ICU. We are not done with this. Even for those of us who are vaccinated, there is still the Delta variant and the Delta Plus variant for which we may or may not be protected. And then, of course, there's all those that who are not vaccinated who are not protected from those, and they are much more contagious and much more deadly. So I heard everything. I zoomed in and heard what everyone had to say the last time about all these exceptions regarding children, and I do care about children. I was a therapist. I worked for New Morning Youth and Family Services. I worked for them for 9 years. So I have a deep concern for children. So certainly all those exceptions of speech therapists who came up and parents of children with this, that, and the other affliction, I understand their concerns about wearing a mask. But I also have a great concern for those children who are attending school will not be protected. As a reminder, the mask keeps your spittle from going to others. It's not coming in, it's the going out. And so if masks, I know this decision has been made to give it to the school boards to make their decision. I know you didn't decide what would happen at the school board level. If I understood correctly, it was all kind of confusing. But I really hope that for those children who have immune suppressed systems and other issues, that they will not be put in harm's way. And I was concerned about the whole way that the hearing was held. I felt that there was a lot of anecdotal evidence given. We really cannot base this on one person's medical issues, what their doctor told them. We know nothing about an older person's medical issues, and we know nothing about that doctor. And I would really wish that we would give more credence to what our public health director, Dr. Nancy Williams, has to say on these issues. You have hired her to give you advice. She is the medical specialist. If you don't want to take her advice, then why don't you find someone that you think has specialized knowledge for whom you would like to take their advice, because it's kind of okay. Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Jonathan, you're next if you choose to speak.
It's great to see all of that. Every single one. Each of you is a very special person. And you're doing a great job in so many arenas. Some of the minutia, some of the hundreds of areas that you've got to deal with is incredible. You must have seen the headline of yesterday. You guys are nodding the head, Don. Did you get to see it? And Sue? Lori had it first.
Yep.
I was there in living color for 3 hours with Jamie. we were the last two to speak out of three. It was not a heavy in-person crowd. George, you've seen it too? Yeah. All right. So we have had the COVID pandemic, but the ongoing crisis in the county is the homeless. And for 8 years, the churches have stepped forward until they had no knee pads and energy to get back under the bus and provide a nomadic shelter. The last 2 or 3 years, it's only been 5 out of 7 nights. This last year, it was 0. This last year, there was 0. This last year, the city council provided 0 shelter for the homeless. And this last year, the supervisors, the excellence of the spirit and mind and heart and soul and being that you all are, we provided nothing. Now, November is coming up again. We've got to be thinking ahead. If we don't think ahead and we're planning to fail, we're failing to plan, we're planning to fail. So what are we going to do immediately for this next winter? But it's not my responsibility. Am I my brother's keeper? Where is your brother, Cain? That was an honest question, but it was a terrible answer. Cain replied, am I my brother's keeper? Now, the job of the supervisors is to care for the people of the county. In the article, I was there when Charlie said, well, at least 20% would avail themselves of it. That would be 100. But I just got a call from somebody working with Charlie in Upper Room said that really, realistically, if it's set up right, 40 or 50% will take use of a managed campground. Now, the whole county is looking on you to step forward as the city council stepped forward. Your budget is 35 times that of the city. The city only has a paltry $20 million annually, but you have $700 million. We're not asking for all of it, asking for very small of it, but something has got to be done, stepping forward, not just a nod of the head, but some affirming action, joining with the city to provide at least a managed campground in the process of where you need with your finance and your power and ability and your mind and your heart and your spirits to be moving toward a managed year-round brick and mortar navigation center. Now let's show the county what kind of human beings, spirit, heart, mind, soul, and body you are in agreeing and stepping forward with the city. And
Thank you, Jonathan.
Let's move toward a shelter this winter. It's good to be back with you all. Yeah, as I said, you all are looking very, very fine.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, District 2. I'm out in the woods again, trying to make a living here and there, this and that. Anyway, I presume that we passed the okay for the telecommunications thing earlier today. Modification of the zoning ordinance, yes or no?
Yes.
Presumably. Okay, good. Keep on it. I didn't have a chance to comment on that earlier. Anyway, regarding 2 weeks ago, when I believe it was Tiffany responded to my letter and my questions about why hasn't this Newtown or Snows Road site been taken care of, and this and that. And the response was that, oh, well, we did this and that, and we made them get a permit for something they should have gotten a permit for a year ago or so. And they're making substantial efforts to comply with the conditions of that or whatever of that building permit, blah, 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 blah. Well, the problem with the whole response and just the whole system is that I've been telling you guys, and I've been telling planning and building about this problem since last February. That would be, by my calendar, approximately 5 months or so ago. So now, 5 months later, we're getting some action, and they made substantial compliance. No, they should be done with all this stuff, and they should not be operating. And yet there was never any answer to my question, is this operating, yes or no? Because if it is, and they are drawing federal dollars for the CAF program, then somebody's lying to the federal government, aren't they? Somebody's enabling them to lie to the federal government. That would be El Dorado County, because they didn't red tag the process, because they have not fulfilled their conditions of approval. And by the way, that should be a new part of the ordinance, that until everything is signed off on, that the tower shall not operate. That's going to help us. And I recall last 2 weeks ago, one of the board members was talking about consequences. Well, guess what? There is no consequences for the wireless telecommunication facility industry to obey our local ordinances. There's a problem there. And again,
Public comment at 3
AT&T and the rest of us kind of chuckle every time El Dorado County gets mentioned, because they know you're a pushover. So thank you very much, and let's get on it and have them make real motion towards getting this taken care of, and that they should not be offered. They should be served with a cease and desist order. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Before I begin, I request 5 minutes to exercise my First Amendment rights. All public
Please only
officials.
take 3.
I am speaking. Do not interrupt me, please. All public officials have taken an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution. However, it is apparent most EDC public officials don't take those oaths seriously. In other words, they are accustomed to perpetuating fraud upon the public by their refusal to respond to constituent concerns, provide public services pursuant to their oaths of office, and outright lying. I'm speaking specifically about Tiffany Schmid, Raphael Martinez, Don Ashton, and Lori Parlin. Quote, proponents are subjected to the penalties and remedies for breach of contract, conspiracy under Title 28 USC Title 18, Sections 241 and 242, and treason under the Constitution, Article 3, Section 3, and intrinsic fraud, end quote. On June 18th, DOT Director Raphael Martinez left me a phone message in response to multiple concerns about Mount Murphy Road. In his message, he referred to policies which a CPRA revealed do not even exist. Furthermore, Raphael refuses to return any of my calls or email correspondence. Read that as fraud by another government official. Planning and Code Enforcement Director Tiffany Schmid was also contacted regarding multiple public safety and code enforcement issues with respect to the Coloma Resort perpetual noise complaints within the quiet zone of the American River, open campfires and fireworks, and retaliation against citizens for reporting violations of their special use permit. Rather than reply to me directly, I received another bureaucratic response from a technician with excuses and further delay tactics in providing public services. Since these issues are relevant to public safety, accountability, and EDC core values, Supervisor Lori Parlin was tasked with follow-up to ensure DOT, planning, and code enforcement do exactly what the department heads are paid to do. Prior to being elected, Lori participated with me in multiple meetings with Don Ashton and County Council in regard to CPRA diversion tactics and lack of compliance with the law. On July 7th, I specifically addressed Lori Parlin when I made the following Public Record Act request, quote, while you are at it, I'd also like to know if code enforcement made the same demands of Supervisor Lori Parlin to enlist the services of an acoustical consultant to substantiate the noise emanating from Kniesel's auto body and whether or not the nuisance noise issue was resolved with or without a consultant. For your information, it is my understanding that code enforcement retaliated against Lori and Sam Parlin by sending them a notice to bring one of their outbuildings into compliance with county ordinances. There still has been no response from Lori in regard to this request for public information. Pursuant to her oath of office, Lori Parlin is required by law to respond to constituents. The First Amendment guarantees the right of free speech and the right to petition government for redress of grievances, which the oath taker, pursuant to her oath, is mandated to uphold. Lori failed this requirement, thus she violated two provisions of the First Amendment, the public trust, and perjured her oaths of office. The same can be said for Tiffany Schmid, Raphael Martinez, and Don Ashton. This is a subject that needs to be discussed at the upcoming Good Governance Workshop. Now, if you have any questions or comments, please make them now as required by law under the Brown Act. Hearing none, then you consent to all the above claims and averments. Madam Clerk, you will receive documentation via email to be entered into the public record.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from 562. Oh.
Hey, good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 3562. Can you hear me?
562. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hi. This is Mike DeAnd. I'm a union business rep for operating engineers. I represent your correctional unit and your trades and crafts unit. And I'd like to speak about the trades and crafts unit today, and more specifically, your public safety dispatchers department. In regards to the staffing levels, I'm sure you're aware that they are low and they've been low for a while, but I'm not sure you guys are understanding how low and how critical the staffing levels are. I've gotten reports back from the staff, and they are concerned because they're working excessive overtime, up to 40 hours in a pay period. And they are telling me that they're very fatigued and they're on a burnout schedule, the schedule that's been at least for the last 7 months. I know there's an issue with recruiting and retaining employees, and in my opinion, it is strongly related to the wages. And I just want to be respectful in that manner, but you guys are losing quite a few existing employees and recent new hires to the city of Folsom. And the feedback I'm getting is it's basically wages. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that. I know the Sheriff's Department has added deputies to fill in for the shortages. And I'm also told that because of the shortages, that radio traffic has been missed and that deputies have been put on hold due to the shortages. So I just wanted to express that to you today. I'm not sure if you're understanding the level of shortage that's been ongoing there, and the staff has been stepping up and filling in, but they're exhausted. It's the pace has been at least 8 months now, and most likely longer. So I just wanted to relay that to you so you know, and I will be visiting you in the future with some more information regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Diane Robinski.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Diane Rabinowitz, and I would like to appeal to each one of you on this board to move forward with the proposal to develop the 3 to 5 managed camps for the homeless. I understand that the county has considerable resources that can be used in collaboration with the city of Placerville to cite and support the development. There are multiple professionals who can, in all the departments of the county, Human Services, Department of Behavioral Health, and service organizations who've been serving the homeless for 20 years plus, to develop a managed plan that will take into account citizen concerns, county concerns, your concerns, and the concerns of the homeless. We all want to see homeless moved off the streets and into safer environments, and your efforts will help that to happen. So please consider, please entertain my appeal, and I'm sure I'm speaking for many citizens in Placerville and El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Now taking public comment from Jeanette.
Hi, this is Jeanette Maynard. I thought long and hard before making this call, but I'd actually been so upset about it, I thought I'd better get it off my chest. A couple weeks back, there was an important item brought to the Board of Supervisors regarding masks and school-aged children. I'm not taking a position on the issue. I do not have children. I do not have grandchildren in our school system. The purpose of my call today is to express my absolute disgust that an enlarged photo poster of Dr. Williams was allowed to be displayed in the front row during the Board of Supervisors meeting. The photo was doctored with a Hitler mustache. Why, you ask? Because the group called Dr. Williams Nazi Nancy. Yes, N-A-Z-I, Nancy. That is behavior that is disgusting on so many levels. I'm just appalled that this was done by members of my community. I'm also disgusted that it was allowed. I truly believe we are better than that. So I don't know what you can do about it. Maybe you think it's free speech. Maybe you didn't want to inflame the group. My heart went out to many of the parents that spoke that day, but the disrespect to Dr. Williams is just appalling. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jeanette.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, would staff choose to answer any of those queries that were made? All right, seeing none, then I think we can conclude our open forum. And we'll move on to items to and from, I think, and then the CAO update, and then we'll recess into closed session. So tos and froms, why don't we start with District 2 today, and we'll move down the line.
All right. Had a great meeting with the planning department and stuff, and the issues that are going into my district and stuff, and a lot of the improvements and the road improvements, and keep me up to date. And that was very, very well put, you know, what they did. Also, I had a ride along with Brian Mullins. We went out and looked at some of the roads issues and stuff, and he clarified a lot of things, what's going on and stuff, especially when he took me over to Carson Road, how they're doing and repairing up there. And then we went down to El Dorado Hills and how they, the slurry coat, because there was some concerns with the residents down there because it wasn't smooth. But after a while, it smooths out because it's kind of a neat, because it's kind of a rubber coat is what it does. The heat just, anyway, it smoothed out and stuff. So there was no more issues with that. And the stuff that they're doing in Diamond Springs, the overlay into El Dorado. And then some of the other issues on some of the brushing and the clearing that's going to be done on Bucksbar Road. He explained some of the stuff that was going on there, and then also about Sand Ridge Road that's going to be eventually going to be paved all the way through. They're actually going to put a grind up asphalt on it and then come back and then put a seal coat on it. So that's going to be pretty neat. That's in the near future. And they're also going to fix a lot of the road, the edging and stuff that's on the road. So that was really a good thing. Also, I went and visited the Chili Bar Park down there. That was very interesting and stuff, and some of the ideas, and they had the different phases and stuff. And I got kind of like a tour and what could bring to this county, which I think it could bring some revenue and some good things to the county. Because I remember as a child, when I used to go there, that park was it was thriving. We used to go as kids and take our cars down there and wax them and stuff like that, so I think it'll be a great thing. And I think it's also can be a very good money revenue for our county. Also had a meeting with Don Aston and then also Dave Livingston. And then, so anyway, I was listening on the El Dorado Hills CSD and some of the issues that's going on down there, especially with some of the people in the lighting issues and then some other issues. I won't go there. But anyway, it was really good. So anyway, I had a great week, especially meeting with a lot of constituents. It seems like my door was always open. A lot of people here going out and meeting people, at their homes and explaining some of the things that they have and their problems they have. So anyway, it was very busy. So anyway.
All right, very good. District 3.
Just the highlights. Always appreciate monthly meetings with DOT and Health and Human Services. Attended a LAFCO meeting and with great regret, let the board know that Jose has taken a position with Sacramento LAFCO. So Jose is no longer our executive director, which is a tremendous loss for our county. And so we'll be working on that. So tremendous loss. So you certainly serve this county extremely well with dedication and passion and knowledge. I appreciate, Lori, you bringing me in yesterday on the ranch marketing ordinance discussion with our staff, and we continue to work on that. I'm sure you'll talk about that a little more, but more challenges came up in our discussion yesterday, but it was a really good discussion, and I appreciated that. I had an opportunity to support a fundraiser, a New Beginnings fundraiser this last Friday. They just do such good work in our community. And then I had a meeting with Mark Acuna and as well as PG&E, and we're PG&E is looking at hooking up Placerville Drive to the Diamond Springs grid, which will then give a more reliable power source when PSPSs come. And we're exploring the opportunity to get that expedited in this season, because that certainly serves this county government center, as well as the fairgrounds, the Placerville Drive business area, as well as our businesses across the way. And it looks like it probably can't happen this season, but we've been exploring that. Grateful that at least it will be moving into next season to ensure, like I said, a more reliable power source for both our county locations up here. And I took some time off to be with my grandchildren. So yeah.
One thing I'll make a comment too, in your district, Wendy, and they're moving along with phase 1 of the bypass. The electricity, the wires are already strung underground. So the poles are out. So that's a great thing.
It is a good thing.
And thank you for pushing that issue.
Yeah, well, thank Mark Acuna. He's been instrumental in that, and just very grateful for that.
Connection.
Yeah.
District 4.
Yeah. We didn't meet last week, right? So there's a couple. Okay.
What's in there?
I'm like going, what? It's a blur.
That's meetings in June.
Right,
yeah.
back to June 30th. I had a Zoom meeting with Caltrans regarding Auburn State Rec area and confluence and stuff. And I have to say it's coming along. They're working on an interim quick fix. And I asked them to prepare a press release so I could share the information in a meaningful way. So I'm going to ping them and ask for that, because I want it to be their words on the fix. But I think everybody's going to be happy. It's a quickie until we figure out the big fix. So looking for that. And then the next morning, I just happened to have a meeting with the American River Community Coalition folks that pushed for this Caltrans fix. It was good timing to meet with them the next day. They appreciated the update, and it's going to be ongoing conversations. And I had my monthly meeting with County Council. Thank you. On Friday the 2nd, I had a Zoom meeting with planning staff. Code enforcement is just such a challenge right now. I don't even know, hearkening back to when Creighton and new board members, but Creighton had given us an update that one time about all the cases and the health and safety ones versus clouding title and all that. And I feel like we're still in that rut trying to figure out how to get some of these resolved and off our to-do list. So that could end up being a board discussion someday. That's why I'm mentioning it. Be ready. And then I had a phone meeting with Ken Payne, the water agency director. We're looking at some potential watershed projects up there in Auburn State Rec area that could, double as vegetation management. And so the community is excited about that. I've connected with the Fire Safe Council. And then, I kind of voluntold my husband to do something. So he's going to be, voluntold, poor Sam. But I get excited. Everybody knows the cemeteries and stuff. I just have this passion for them. And they're trying to get their data out on the county's website. And there's an opportunity to have some volunteerism on that. And since Sam happens to have expertise with data, I'm connecting Sam and some staff, and it'll be really great for the community to be able to look up some of the information on our historic cemeteries. So I'm hoping that we're successful on that. I'll keep you posted on it. I know you guys just aren't as excited as I am, I'm sure, right? This is actually from Mike Roberts out there.
This is a one up to find a grave. Is
that it's not far off from that. You're right. But yeah, historical stuff. I like that. And then I had an on-site meeting at Chili Bar with the American River Conservancy Executive Director, and we're going to be having a discussion here on the 27th about Chili Bar. So I think those conversations are going well, and I'm kind of excited about that conversation. And then following that, I had a really good phone call meeting with our parks manager. Poor Vicky was on her way to Truckee, I want to say, or somewhere, but she squeezed me in for a phone call because there's a lot going on with parks in District 4. My gosh, I had no idea. So, and those will be board items too. So again, be ready for that. And then just an FYI, we had the first in-person Veterans Affairs meeting commission was in Georgetown. So kind of small attendance because it was the first in person. It was, shortly after the holiday, but they had enough for a quorum and they got their business done, and it was good to be up in town, which meant I was there for the earthquake. So earthquake in Georgetown in an old building. That was really fun. It was pretty wild. And then after the Veterans Affairs meeting, I went and met with some of the members of the Georgetown Preservation Society, because they're going to be taking the lead on the design standards for Georgetown. So they are ready and excited. And I wanted staff to know Georgetown is ready to rock and roll. So trying to get, and then I'll be heading to Cool next to get them ready. So I want this to be very successful and the community feel engaged. On Friday the 9th, we started getting some phone calls in the office about the old Bass Lake Golf Course, which you kind of forget that it's even there. So Shelley was able to find the new property owners, and they're actually putting in a regenerative farm there. And it could ultimately have some residential project inside of the farm as part of it. So that could be a board item too. So just heads up. I think it'll be a long ways off. They're not sure what they want to do, but it's really interesting. If you want to check out the farm, it's Sunny's, SONNY, Sunny's
So
Farm.
it's a solar farm, is that what it's?
No, regenerative, meaning the regenerating the soils naturally. It's
Okay.
very cool, very cool.
Soils.
Okay. So it uses less water, or the soil retains more water. It's all natural. There's pigs and chickens and cows and everything was out there, and they did a lot of research on it. So I don't know, it's really cool. And it's going to ultimately, hopefully, be a local food source for the community there in Cameron Park. So, but there could be a project coming with it, and so heads up, like I'm saying, for you guys that could be coming to the board. See how that goes. And then I had my first monthly meeting with our HR director. Thank you. That was cool. I appreciate that, because HR is not something that I feel very, very knowledgeable about. So I'm going to get better at it. And then a monthly meeting with DOT director. That one's always a lot. And then a Monday morning, Taxpayers Association. I'm still covering that. Paul Gilchrist from the El Dorado County Fire Protection District Board was the guest speaker that day. And then the meeting with, gosh, how many different departments did we have? We had planning and code enforcement and ag, and because the ranch marketing ordinance has been in need of some updating. And I think we're on a path. So again, that'll probably be coming to the board too. So heads up on a lot of stuff.
Okay,
All right, District 5.
thank you. Yeah, keep it relatively short. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night because it's 95 degrees in Tahoe and with no air conditioning. So, yeah, it's been tough up there, but we've been rocking and rolling, having our share of earthquakes. I was on the lake when we had a 6.0, so I'm glad we didn't have any tsunamis or anything, but yeah, it's been fun up there. I will say we had a really great 4th of July, and I just spoke to Raphael about our turn restrictions. We're going to be hosting a town hall meeting on Thursday night to talk to our constituents about what's going on and how they felt it went. There's some ups and downs on it, so but we're working on it. So I appreciate that conversation with Raphael. And then I had an interesting conversation with a constituent who was complaining that in Tahoe we have no open campfire prohibitions, and yet they were at a state park and the state park was allowing them. Very interesting. And so I called up our ex-fire chief up in Tahomo, who lives right there next to the state park. He said, oh yeah, they're allowing them in their Parks and Rec department of the state. So the state parks are allowing them. And I just find that shocking, frankly. We went through in May, we had a fire awareness resolution that we passed and stating that this is really important. And we're going to have a really tough fire season, and the fact that they're allowing open fire pits in the campgrounds, just in the state parks, everybody else has restricted them. I'd like to maybe have us write a letter to the state and talk about this, because it's just not, to me, it's unconscionable. But anyway, so that's something hopefully down the pipe we can.
You know if that applies to Folsom Lake, because that's a disaster if the state parks are really allowing that to happen.
Yeah, they said they're allowing the state parks to decide, each manager to decide what they want to do.
Yeah,
So-
one of the big issues too is having these open fire pits, even on private property. You're allowed to do that. And that's
Not up in
something that we
Tahoe.
need to look into. Yeah, it's true. Already looked into it because there's
yeah.
some stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an extended
Yes,
conversation. Agreed.
so we will, but yeah, it's absolutely, I'd love to have this in there. Sorry, David. Because you're cringing over there. Okay.
I was just commending you for.
Oh, okay. But we will, I'd like to actually have this conversation at another meeting. And then the Conservancy, we've been very busy with land utilization and resiliency, talking about how we get our private properties safe by making sure that our public properties that are around them, these WUIs, are safe. And they've been doing a really good job, and they're getting funding for it, but we're still hearing complaints because, unfortunately, as you have happening down here is, the growth happens faster than our ability to take care of it. So we're trying to deal with that. And, it's been a tough experience. And then, Sawmill Road. Thank you to DOT and to Raphael for paving over. We're starting a pavement on Sawmill, which is a connector between the high school in South Lake Tahoe and Highway 50. And it's really important everyone takes this road, and it's been pretty chewed up. It's been really bad. So I'm hearing nothing but accolades from everyone taking the road that we're getting it done. It's nice. Got a few more to go. That would be nice, but really, really happy, and thanks to DOT for that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I only had 3 items to report on. The Wednesday, June 30th, the El Dorado Hills Chamber held their installation dinner and award ceremony. We made the Board of Supervisors proclamation presentations to Ian Book and Bryce Mefford. The families were there. They participated. Great response. We got coverage with one of the TV stations downtown and some other things. Very positive press. Everybody was, I think, real happy with the fact the board and other agencies had stepped up, and recognized those 2 outstanding athletes. And so I'm thinking that should become a tradition when we have really superior athletic talent coming from El Dorado County. We need to do something to recognize it. So we'll all just kind of keep that in mind. On Thursday, July 1st, since jumping, I also attended the LAFCO special meeting that Wendy referred to. And I did want to let people know that we have an interim EO, Erica Sanchez. So we're not without guidance on the ship. We have some navigation, but we're down to 1 staff member on LAFCO. So that's critical. And the commission is taking steps to try to bolster that with some recruitment and bringing some new people and some other things that are ongoing discussions. We've all committed as a commission to double down our efforts to help our one staff member without intruding. So I think that's all going to work out, but ultimately we need to fill open. So if you know of people who are interested in LAFCO type of positions and stuff, we'll be putting out a recruitment notice, and our director of HR has agreed to participate in distribution of that. So I think Joey's already on board. And so we'll have to get the word out, maybe some personal contacts if you know any, to try to get the right kind of people, because this is kind of a rebuilding with some strategic planning and other things I think is the opportunity. So then on Monday, yesterday, July 12th, the El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting we held. Our guest speaker was Phil Scott from Folsom Partners, and then Debbie Manning. We were talking about the Highway 50 Economic Corridor, and I'm pleased to report that Phil and the city of Folsom and our El Dorado Hills Chamber worked very closely with GSEC in terms of the regional planning, the micro planning, all the things that are going on. They basically said they're very engaged on a weekly basis, the Folsom partners, with looking at economic development along the Highway 50 corridor. And wherein Folsom doesn't have the capacity to provide some kind of an economic development opportunity for a given business owner, they come to El Dorado Hills and say, what have you got? So it seems like we're working real well. So thanks to Kyle Wilmelman and his efforts, I think we've really got a cohesive effort going on to try to bring in the best we can into El Dorado County. And hopefully you'll hear some more about some things that will happen in future announcements, but we'll see how those play out. So, and then I just want to mention that Josh Panay, who's with the Mohammed Development Company, did submit an application. It's a J6 type of review for the property that they wanted to make some changes to. It requires specific plan amendment for the Bass Lake Hills specific plan, require a new general plan amendment, zoning amendment, but it's at the intersection of Highway 50 and Bass Lake Road on the one side, and then the north side is the Reline Country Club Drive. But they've got some really, I think, creative project ideas, and they'll be coming to the board making that presentation. But they have said, if you have any if you know of people who want more information, whether it's a homeowners group, whatever, they'd be happy to do the outreach and kind of inform people. So I've already made a couple of referrals, but I think we all have different contacts. So if people are interested in that, probably the better public visibility we get, then the better the potential project could be, right? So that's what I'm looking forward to.
App, not a pre-app? It's an application?
It's a pre-app. It's a
okay.
pre-app. So they have to go through their J6 first,
Okay.
and then, yeah. So I don't know. I think it's probably scheduled in, I guess, in August. I think it's probably an early August type of time frame when it would come to the board. But just to give you a heads up, that's in the works. And so a lot of things happening there. And that's all I had. So any go backs from anybody on the board? CAO update.
I want to clear something with Ruth. You know, Ruth made a comment about the Human Rights Commission today. Mrs. Carr is a Asian descent, and she is also won several awards where she came from on the Human Rights Commission in San Jose. So I just wanted to give you that update. The problem was it didn't get on Legistar, so I apologize for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Welcome. Yeah, I think, yeah, they can pull it up, I think, for you.
Yeah, if you talk to staff after we
afterwards,
break
they
for our
can give it
recess,
to
they can probably help you with that. CAO update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder to the board and to the public, we have the Good Governance Workshop with the board on Friday. On Monday, there's a joint meeting with the board and the Planning Commission on the housing element, and then the regular board meeting on Tuesday. I wanted to let everyone be aware that an emergency generator is now installed in Building A. So all of the county buildings that are routinely impacted by PSPS events are now in generator power. So we hope that we will not be impacted as greatly and pay people to stay home. We should all be able to come to work, including us. So we'll see you when the power's out.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Do we have any cool centers that are set up right now in the county? Because that was quite a few emails that I got from concerned citizens and stuff. That
So
there is no cool center.
We've had libraries open.
Okay.
We had libraries open over the weekend in different places, but your board received a memo on the criteria for cooling centers.
Right.
That's where the funding comes from, and all that is worked out with OES and emergency preparedness. And you can have those conversations with you offline if you like. But we did have some of our libraries stepped up over the weekend to be open during the daytime hours for people to go cool off. Yeah.
I likewise had requested the Board of Supervisors could do something to initiate it, and my answer was no, that's really an OES function, OES,
right,
Office of
right,
Emergency, unless we change something. Because we are receiving requests, and I don't know, I'm not sure if those requests get to OES or not, if they know, people know where they should be asking for that.
It's a joint function with emergency preparedness, public health, emergency preparedness, and OES. You know, and we do open them. We get very few people showing up to them. I mean, so you have staff there, you have people there, and you don't have anyone show up. So
Right.
it's trying to find the need. And the criteria is, our criteria is very consistent with other counties. We can have a conversation with the board about that. This happens every summer.
Yep. And every winter.
And every winter.
Warming shelters, but yeah.
The criteria on the warming centers and the cooling centers is very difficult to meet on the West Slope, especially in Tahoe. You get it in the winter, but the lower temperature criteria, it's up there, and the nights tend to cool off below that threshold. So that's a challenge to be able to use the funding for that. Now, if the board were to choose to use general fund and supplement that, that's a conversation we could have at a later time.
Thanks, Don. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else here, so we will be recessing to closed session, but before we do, I wanted to make sure that the public knows that we're going to hear items 26 through 33 as specified on the agenda, and anyone from the public who would like to comment on those particular closed session items is welcome to do so at this time. So Kim, if you would open that up.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 26 through 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the boardroom who's
There's
interested
no
in
public
commenting?
comment.
No public comment at all. Okay. So we're going to recess to the closed session room here next door, and we will probably be adjourning the meeting from that closed session. We'll just note the adjournment time and get it recorded in the minutes. So thank you all.